Dreamscape presents The Secret of Chimneys by Agatha Christie. Narrated by Charles Armstrong. Chapter 1. Anthony Cade signs on. Gentleman Joe. Why, if it isn't old Jimmy McGrath. Castle's select tour, represented by 7 depressed-looking females and 3 perspiring males, looked on with considerable interest. Evidently their Mr. Cade had met an old friend. They all admired Mr. Cade so much, his tall, lean figure, his sun-tanned face, the light-hearted manner with which he settled disputes and cajoled them all into good temper. This friend of his now, surely rather a peculiar-looking man. About the same height as Mr. Cade, but thick-set and not nearly so good-looking. The sort of man one read about in books, who probably kept a saloon. Interesting, though. After all, that was what one came abroad for, to see all these peculiar things one read about in books. Up to now, they had been rather bored with Bulawayo. The sun was unbearably hot, the hotel was uncomfortable, there seemed to be nowhere particular to go until the moment should arrive to motor to the Matopos. Very fortunately, Mr. Cade had suggested picture postcards. There was an excellent supply of picture postcards. Anthony Cade and his friend had stepped a little apart. "What the hell are you doing with this pack of females?" demanded McGrath. "Starting a harem?" "Not with this little lot," grinned Anthony. "Have you taken a good look at them?" "I have that, though maybe you were losing your eyesight." "My eyesight's as good as it ever was. No, this is a Castle select tour. I'm Castle, the local Castle, I mean. What the hell made you take on a job like that?" "A regrettable necessity for cash. I can assure you it doesn't suit my temperament." Jimmy grinned. "Never a hog for regular work, were you?" Anthony ignored this aspersion. "However, something will turn up soon, I expect," he remarked hopefully. "It usually does," Jimmy chuckled. "If there's any trouble brewing, Anthony Cade is sure to be in it sooner or later. I know that," he said. "You've an absolute instinct for rows and the 9 lives of a cat. When can we have a yarn together?" Anthony sighed. "I've got to take these cackling hens to see Rhodes' grave." "That's the stuff," said Jimmy approvingly. "They'll come back bump black and blue with the ruts in the road and clamouring for bed to rest the bruises on. Then you and I will have a spot or two and exchange the news." "Right. So long, Jimmy." Anthony rejoined his flock of sheep. Miss Taylor, the youngest and most skittish of the party, instantly attacked him. "Oh, Mr. Cade, was that an old friend of yours?" "It was, Miss Taylor, one of the friends of my blameless youth." Miss Taylor giggled. "I thought he was such an interesting-looking man." "I'll tell him you said so." "Oh, Mr. Cade, how can you be so naughty? The very idea. What was that name he called you?" "Gentleman Joe?" "Yes. Is your name Joe?" "I thought you knew it was Anthony, Miss Taylor." "Oh, go on with you," cried Miss Taylor coquettishly. Anthony had by now well mastered his duties. In addition to making the necessary arrangements of travel, they included soothing down irritable old gentlemen when their dignity was ruffled, seeing that elderly matrons had ample opportunities to buy picture postcards, and flirting with everything under a Catholic 40 years of age. The last task was rendered easier for him by the extreme readiness of the ladies in question to read a tender meaning into his most innocent remarks. Miss Taylor returned to the attack. "Why does he call you Joe, then?" "Oh, that's just because it isn't my name." "And why Gentleman Joe?" "The same kind of reason." "Oh, Mr. Cade," protested Miss Taylor, much distressed. "I'm sure you shouldn't say that. Papa was only saying last night what gentlemanly manners you had." "Very kind of your father, I'm sure, Miss Taylor." "And we are all agreed that you are quite the gentleman." "I'm overwhelmed." "No, really, I mean it." "Kind hearts are more than coronets," said Anthony vaguely, without a notion of what he meant by the remark, and wishing fervently it was lunchtime. "That's such a beautiful poem, I always think. Do you know much poetry, Mr. Cade?" "I might recite 'The boy stood on the burning deck' at a pinch. 'The boy stood on the burning deck, whence all but he had fled.' That's all I know, but I can do that bit with action if you like. 'The boy stood on the burning deck, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh,' the flames, you see, 'whence all but he had fled.' For that bit I run to and fro like a dog." Miss Taylor screamed with laughter. "Oh, do look at Mr. Cade. Isn't he funny?" "Time for morning tea," said Anthony briskly. "Come this way. There is an excellent cafe in the next street." "I presume," said Mrs. Caldecott in her deep voice, "that the expense is included in the tour." "A morning tea, Mrs. Caldecott," said Anthony, assuming his professional manner, "is an extra. Disgraceful." "Life is full of trials, isn't it?" said Anthony cheerfully. Mrs. Caldecott's eyes gleamed, and she remarked with the air of one springing a mine, "I suspected as much, and in anticipation I poured off some tea into a jug at breakfast this morning. I can heat that up on the spirit lamp. Come, father." Mr. and Mrs. Caldecott sailed off triumphantly to the hotel, the ladies back complacent with successful forethought. "Oh, Lord," muttered Anthony, "what a lot of funny people it does take to make a world." He marshalled the rest of the party in the direction of the cafe. Miss Taylor kept by his side, and resumed her catechism. "Is it a long time since you saw your friend?" "Just over 7 years." "Was it in Africa you knew him?" "Yes, not this part, though. The first time I ever saw Jimmy McGrath, he was all trussed up, ready for the cooking pot. Some of the tribes in the interior are cannibals, you know. We got there just in time." "What happened?" "A very nice little shindy. We potted some of the beggars, and the rest took to their heels." "Oh, Mr. Cade, what an adventurous life you must have led." "Very peaceful, I assure you." But it was clear that the lady did not believe him. It was about 10 o'clock that night when Anthony Cade walked into the small room where Jimmy McGrath was busy manipulating various bottles. "Make it strong, James," he implored. "I can tell you I need it." "I should think you did, my boy. I wouldn't take on that job of yours for anything." "Show me another, and I'll jump out of it fast enough." McGrath poured out his own drink, tossed it off with a practised hand, and mixed a second one. Then he said slowly, "Are you in earnest about that, old son?" "About what?" "Chucking this job of yours if you could get another." "Why, you don't mean to say you've got a job going begging? Why don't you grab it yourself?" "I have grabbed it, but I don't much fancy it. That's why I'm trying to pass it on to you." Anthony became suspicious. "Well, what's wrong with it? They haven't engaged you to teach in a Sunday school, have they?" "Do you think anyone would choose me to teach in a Sunday school?" "Not if they knew you well, certainly." "It's a perfectly good job. Nothing wrong with it whatsoever." "Not in South America, by any lucky chance? I've rather got my eye on South America. There's a very tidy little revolution coming off in one of those little republics soon." McGrath grinned. "You were always keen on revolutions. Anything to be mixed up in a really good row." "I feel my talents might be appreciated out there. I tell you, Jimmy, I can be jolly useful in a revolution, to one side or the other. It's better than making an honest living any day." "I think I've heard that sentiment from you before, my son. No, the job isn't in South America, it's in England." "England? Return of hero to his native land after many long years? They can't dun you for bills after 7 years, can they, Jimmy?" "I don't think so. Well, are you on for hearing more about it?" "I'm on all right. The thing that worries me is why you're not taking it on yourself." "I'll tell you. I'm after gold, Anthony, far up in the interior." Anthony whistled and looked at him. "You've always been after gold, Jimmy, ever since I knew you. It's your weak spot, your own particular little hobby. You've followed up more wildcat trails than anyone I know. And in the end I'll strike it. You'll see. Well, everyone his own hobby. Mine's rows, yours is gold. I'll tell you the whole story. I suppose you know all about Czechoslovakia." Anthony looked up sharply. "Czechoslovakia?" he said, with a curious ring in his voice. "Yes. Know anything about it?" There was quite an appreciable pause before Anthony answered. Then he said slowly, "Only what everyone knows. It's one of the Balkan states, isn't it? Principal rivers, unknown. Principal mountains, also unknown, but fairly numerous. Capital, Bucharest. Population, chiefly brigands. Hobby, assassinating kings and having revolutions. Last king, Nicholas IV, assassinated about 7 years ago. Since then, it's been a republic, altogether a very likely spot. You might have mentioned before that Czechoslovakia came into it. It doesn't, except indirectly." Anthony gazed at him more in sorrow than in anger. "You ought to do something about this, James," he said. "Take a correspondence course or something. If you told a story like this in the good old Eastern days, you'd have been hung up by the heels and bastinadoed or something equally unpleasant." Jimmy pursued this course, quite unmoved by these strictures. "Ever heard of Count Stulptich?" "Now you're talking," said Anthony. Many people who have never heard of Czechoslovakia would brighten at the mention of Count Stulptich. The grand old man of the Balkans, the greatest statesman of modern times, the biggest villain unhung. The point of view all depends on which newspaper you take in. But be sure of this, Count Stilptitch will be remembered long after you and I are dust and ashes, James. Every move and counter-move in the Near East for the last 20 years has had Count Stilptitch at the bottom of it. He's been a dictator and a patriot and a statesman, and nobody knows exactly what he has been, except that he's been a perfect king of intrigue. Well, what about him? He was Prime Minister of Czechoslovakia. That's why I mentioned it first. You've no sense of proportion, Jimmy. Czechoslovakia is of no importance at all compared to Stilptitch. It just provided him with a birthplace and a post in public affairs. But I thought he was dead. So he is. He died in Paris about 2 months ago. What I'm telling you about happened some years ago. The question is, said Anthony, what are you telling me about? Jimmy accepted the rebuke and hastened on. It was like this. I was in Paris just 4 years ago, to be exact. I was walking along one night in rather a lonely part when I saw half a dozen French toughs beating up a respectable-looking old gentleman. I hate a one-sided show, so I promptly butted in and proceeded to beat up the toughs. I guess they'd never been hit really hard before. They melted like snow. Good for you, James, said Anthony softly. I'd like to have seen that scrap. Oh, it was nothing much, said Jimmy modestly. But the old boy was no end grateful. He'd had a couple, no doubt about that, but he was sober enough to get my name and address out of me, and he came along and thanked me next day. Did the thing in style, too. It was then I found out it was Count Stilptitch I'd rescued. He'd got a house up by the Bois. Anthony nodded. Yes, Stilptitch went to live in Paris after the assassination of King Nicholas. They wanted him to come back and be president later, but he wasn't taking any. He remained sound to his monarchical principles, though he was reported to have his finger in all the backstairs pies that went on in the Balkans. Very deep, the late Count Stilptitch. Nicholas IV was the man who had a funny taste in wives, wasn't he? Said Jimmy suddenly. Yes, said Anthony. And it did for him too, poor beggar. She was some little gutter snipe of a music-hall artiste in Paris, not even suitable for a morganatic alliance. But Nicholas had a frightful crush on her, and she was all out for being a queen. Sounds fantastic, but they managed it somehow. Called her the Countess Popovsky or something, and pretended she had Romanov blood in her veins. Nicholas married her in the cathedral at Ekarest with a couple of unwilling archbishops to do the job, and she was crowned as Queen Viraga. Nicholas squared his ministers, and I suppose he thought that was all that mattered. But he forgot to reckon with the populace. They're very aristocratic and reactionary in Czechoslovakia. They like their kings and queens to be the genuine article. There were mutterings and discontent and the usual ruthless oppressions, and the final uprising which stormed the palace, murdered the king and queen, and proclaimed a republic. It's been a republic ever since. Things still manage to be pretty lively there, so I've heard. They've assassinated a president or two just to keep their hand in. But revenons à nos moutons. You had got to where Count Stilptitch was hailing you as his preserver. Yes, well, that was the end of that business. I came back to Africa and never thought of it again until about 2 weeks ago I got a queer-looking parcel which had been following me all over the place for Lord knows how long. I'd seen in a paper that Count Stilptitch had recently died in Paris. Well, this parcel contained his memoirs, or reminiscences, or whatever you call the things. There was a note enclosed to the effect that if I delivered the manuscript at a certain firm of publishers in London on or before October the 13th, they were instructed to hand me £1,000. £1,000? Did you say £1,000, Jimmy? I did, my son. I hope to God it's not a hoax. But not your trust in princes or politicians, as the saying goes. Well, there it is. Owing to the way the manuscript had been following me around, I had no time to lose. It was a pity all the same. I just fixed up this trip to the interior, and I'd set my heart on going. I shan't get such a good chance again. You're incurable, Jimmy. £1,000 in the hand is worth a lot of mythical gold. And supposing it's all a hoax. Anyway, here I am, passage booked and everything, on the way to Cape Town. And then you blow along. Anthony got up and lit a cigarette. I begin to perceive your drift, James. You go gold hunting as planned, and I collect the £1,000 for you. How much do I get out of it? What do you say to a quarter? £250 free of income tax, as the saying goes? That's it. Done. And just to make you gnash your teeth, I'll tell you I would have gone for 100. Let me tell you, James McGrath, you won't die in your bed counting up your bank balance. Anyway, it's a deal? It's a deal, all right. I'm on. And confusion to Castle Selectors. They drank the toast solemnly. Chapter 2. A Lady in Distress. "So, that's that," said Anthony, finishing off his glass and replacing it on the table. "What boat were you going on?" "Granarth Castle. Passage booked in your name, I suppose, so I'd better travel as James McGrath. We've outgrown the passport business, haven't we? No odds either way. You and I are totally unlike, but we'd probably have the same description on one of those blinking things. Height 6 feet, hair brown, eyes blue, nose ordinary, chin ordinary. Not so much of this ordinary stunt. Let me tell you that Castle selected me out of several applicants solely on account of my pleasing appearance and nice manners." Jimmy grinned. "I noticed your manners this morning." "The devil you did." Anthony rose and paced up and down the room. His brow was slightly wrinkled, and it was some minutes before he spoke. "Jimmy," he said at last, "Stulptitch died in Paris. What's the point of sending a manuscript from Paris to London via Africa?" Jimmy shook his head helplessly. "I don't know." "Why not do it up in a nice little parcel and send it by post?" "Sounds a damn sight more sensible, I agree." "Of course," continued Anthony, "I know that kings and queens and government officials are prevented by etiquette from doing anything in a simple, straightforward fashion. Hence king's messengers and all that. In medieval days, you gave the fellow a signet ring as a sort of open sesame. 'The king's ring, pass, my lord,' and usually it was the other fellow who had stolen it. I always wonder why some bright lad never hit on the expedient of copying the ring, making a dozen or so, and selling them at 100 ducats apiece. They seem to have had no initiative in the Middle Ages." Jimmy yawned. "My remarks on the Middle Ages don't seem to amuse you. Let us get back to Count Stulptitch. From France to England via Africa seems a bit thick, even for a diplomatic personage. If he merely wanted to ensure you that you should get £1,000, he could have left it you in his will. Thank God neither you nor I are too proud to accept a legacy. Stulptitch must have been balmy. You'd think so, wouldn't you?" Anthony frowned and continued his pacing. "Have you read the thing at all?" he asked suddenly. "Read what?" "The manuscript." "Good Lord, no. What do you think I want to read a thing of that kind for?" Anthony smiled. "I just wondered, that's all. You know, a lot of trouble is being caused by memoirs. Indiscreet revelations, that sort of thing. People who've been close as an oyster all their lives seem positively to relish causing trouble when they themselves should be comfortably dead. It gives them a kind of malicious glee. Jimmy, what sort of a man was Count Stulptitch? You met him and talked to him, and you're a pretty good judge of raw human nature. Could you imagine him being a vindictive old devil?" Jimmy shook his head. "It's difficult to tell. You see, that first night he was distinctly canned, and the next day he was just a high-toned old boy with the most beautiful manners, overwhelming me with compliments till I didn't know where to look. And he didn't say anything interesting when he was drunk." Jimmy cast his mind back, wrinkling his brows as he did so. "He said he knew where the Koh-i-Noor was," he volunteered doubtfully. "Oh, well," said Anthony, "we all know that. They keep it in the tower, don't they? Behind thick plate glass and iron bars, with a lot of gentlemen in fancy dress standing round to see you don't pinch anything." "That's right," agreed Jimmy. "Did Stulptitch say anything else of the same kind, that he knew which city the Wallace collection was in, for instance?" Jimmy shook his head. Said Anthony. He lit another cigarette and once more began pacing up and down the room. "You never read the papers, I suppose, you heathen?" he threw out presently. "Not very often," said McGrath simply. "They're not about anything that interests me as a rule. Thank heaven I'm more civilized. There have been several mentions of Czechoslovakia lately, hints at a royalist restoration." "Nicholas IV didn't leave a son," said Jimmy, "but I don't suppose for a minute that the Obolovich dynasty is extinct. There are probably shoals of young uns knocking about, cousins and second cousins and third cousins once removed, so that there wouldn't be any difficulty in finding a king." "Not in the least, I should say," replied Jimmy. "You know, I don't wonder they're getting tired of republican institutions. A full-blooded, virile people like that must find it awfully tame to pot at presidents, after being used to kings. And talking of kings, that reminds me of something else that old Stulptitch let out that night. He said he knew the gang that was after him. They were King Victor's people, he said." "What?" Anthony wheeled around suddenly. A short grin widened on McGrath's face. "Just a mite excited, aren't you, Gentleman Joe?" he drawled. "Don't be an ass, Jimmy. You've just said something rather important." He went over to the window and stood there looking out. "Who is this King Victor, anyway?" demanded Jimmy. "Another Balkan monarch?" "No," said Anthony slowly. "He isn't that kind of a king." "What is he, then?" There was a pause, and then Anthony spoke. He's a crook, Jimmy. The most notorious jewel thief in the world. A fantastic, daring fellow, not to be daunted by anything. King Victor was the nickname he was known by in Paris. Paris was the headquarters of his gang. They caught him there and put him away for 7 years on a minor charge. They couldn't prove the more important things against him. He'll be out soon, or he may be out already. Do you think Count Stilptich had anything to do with putting him away? Was that why the gang went for him, out of revenge? I don't know, said Anthony. It doesn't seem likely on the face of it. King Victor never stole the crown jewels of Czechoslovakia, as far as I've heard, but the whole thing seems rather suggestive, doesn't it? The death of Stilptich, the memoirs, and the rumours in the papers, all vague but interesting. And there's a further rumour to the effect that they've found oil in Czechoslovakia. I've a feeling in my bones, James, that people are getting ready to be interested in that unimportant little country. What sort of people? Hebraic people, yellow-faced financiers in city offices. What are you driving at with all this? Trying to make an easy job difficult, that's all. You can't pretend there's going to be any difficulty in handing over a simple manuscript at a publisher's office. No, said Anthony regretfully. I don't suppose there'll be anything difficult about that, but shall I tell you, James, where I propose to go with my £250? South America? No, my lad. Czechoslovakia. I shall stand in with the Republic, I think. Very probable I shall end up as president. Why not announce yourself as the Principal Obolovich and be a king whilst you're about it? No, Jimmy, kings are for life. Presidents only take on the job for 4 years or so. It would quite amuse me to govern a kingdom like Czechoslovakia for 4 years. The average for kings is even less, I should say, interpolated Jimmy. It will probably be a serious temptation to me to embezzle your share of the £1,000. You won't want it, you know, when you get back weighed down with nuggets. I'll invest it for you in Czechoslovakian oil shares. You know, James, the more I think of it, the more pleased I am with this idea of yours. I should never have thought of Czechoslovakia if you hadn't mentioned it. I shall spend 1 day in London, collecting the booty, and then away by the Balkan Express. You won't get off quite as fast as that. I didn't mention it before, but I've got another little commission for you. Anthony sank into a chair and eyed him severely. I knew all along that you were keeping something dark. This is where the catch comes in. Not a bit. It's just something that's got to be done to help a lady. Once and for all, James, I refuse to be mixed up in your beastly love affairs. It's not a love affair. I've never seen the woman. I'll tell you the whole story. If I've got to listen to more of your long, rambling stories, I shall have to have another drink. His host complied hospitably with this demand, then began the tale. It was when I was up in Uganda. There was a Dago there whose life I'd saved. If I were you, Jimmy, I should write a short book entitled Lives I Have Saved. This is the second I've heard of this evening. Oh, well, I didn't really do anything this time, just pulled the Dago out of the river. Like all Dagos, he couldn't swim. Wait a minute, has this story anything to do with the other business? Nothing whatever, although, oddly enough, now I remember it, the man was a Czechoslovakian. We always called him Dutch Pedro, though. Anthony nodded indifferently. Any name's good enough for a Dago, he remarked. Get on with the good work, James. Well, the fellow was sort of grateful about it, hung around like a dog. About 6 months later, he died of fever. I was with him. Last thing, just as he was pegging out, he beckoned me and whispered some excited jargon about a secret. A gold mine, I thought he said. Shoved an oilskin packet into my hand, which he'd always worn next to his skin. Well, I didn't think much of it at the time. It wasn't until a week afterwards that I opened the packet. Then I was curious, I must confess. I shouldn't have thought that Dutch Pedro would have had the sense to know a gold mine when he saw it, but there's no accounting for luck. And at the mere thought of gold, your heart beat pitter-pat as always, interrupted Anthony. I was never so disgusted in my life. Gold mine, indeed. I dare say it may have been a gold mine to him, the dirty dog. Do you know what it was? A woman's letters. Yes, a woman's letters, and an English woman at that. The skunk had been blackmailing her, and he had the impudence to pass on this dirty bag of tricks to me. I like to see your righteous heat, James, but let me point out to you that Dagos will be Dagos. He meant well. You'd saved his life. He bequeathed to you a profitable source of raising money. Your high-minded British ideals do not enter his horizon. Well, what the hell was I to do with the things? Burn 'em. That's what I thought at first. And then it occurred to me that there would be that dame, not knowing they'd be destroyed, and always living in a quake and a dread lest that Dago should turn up again one day. You've more imagination than I give you credit for, Jimmy, observed Anthony, lighting a cigarette. I admit that the case presented more difficulties than were at first apparent. What about just sending them to her by post? Like all women, she'd put no date and no address on most of the letters. There was a kind of address on one, just one word, Chimneys. Anthony paused in the act of blowing out his match, and he dropped it with a quick jerk of the wrist as it burnt his finger. Chimneys, he said. That's rather extraordinary. Why? Do you know it? It's one of the stately homes of England, my dear James, a place where kings and queens go for weekends and diplomatists foregather and diplome. That's one of the reasons why I'm so glad that you're going to England instead of me. You know all these things, said Jimmy simply. A josser like myself from the backwoods of Canada would be making all sorts of bloomers. But someone like you, who's been to Eton and Harrow, well, only one of them, said Anthony modestly, will be able to carry it through. Why didn't I send them to her, you say? Well, it seemed to me dangerous. From what I could make out, she seemed to have a jealous husband. Suppose he opened the letter by mistake. Where would the poor dame be then? Or she might be dead. The letters looked as though they'd been written some time. As I figured it out, the only thing was for someone to take them to England and put them into her own hands. Anthony threw away his cigarette and, coming across to his friend, clapped him affectionately on the back. You're a real knight-errant, Jimmy, he said, and the backwoods of Canada should be proud of you. I shan't do the job half as prettily as you would. You'll take it on, then? Of course. McGrath rose and, going across to a drawer, took out a bundle of letters and threw them on the table. Here you are. You better have a look at them. Is it necessary? On the whole, I'd rather not. Well, from what you say about this Chimneys place, she may have been staying there only. We'd better look through the letters and see if there's any clue as to where she really hangs out. I suppose you're right. They went through the letters carefully, but without finding what they had hoped to find. Anthony gathered them up again thoughtfully. Poor little devil, he remarked. She was scared stiff. Jimmy nodded. Do you think you'll be able to find her all right? He asked anxiously. I won't leave England till I have. You're very concerned about this unknown lady, James. Jimmy ran his finger thoughtfully over the signature. It's a pretty name, he said apologetically. Virginia Revel. Chapter 3. Anxiety in High Places. Quite so, my dear fellow, quite so, said Lord Caterham. He'd used the same words 3 times already, each time in the hope that they would end the interview and permit him to escape. He disliked very much being forced to stand on the steps of the exclusive London club to which he belonged and listen to the interminable eloquence of the Honourable George Lomax. Clement Edward Alistair Brent, 9th Marquis of Caterham, was a small gentleman, shabbily dressed, and entirely unlike the popular conception of a marquis. He had faded blue eyes, a thin, melancholy nose, and a vague but courteous manner. The principal misfortune of Lord Caterham's life was to have succeeded his brother, the 8th Marquis, 4 years ago. For the previous Lord Caterham had been a man of mark, a household word all over England. At one time Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, he'd always bulked largely in the councils of the Empire, and his country seat, Chimneys, was famous for its hospitality. Ably seconded by his wife, the daughter of the Duke of Perth, history had been made and unmade at informal weekend parties at Chimneys, and there was hardly anyone of note in England, or indeed in Europe, who had not, at one time or another, stayed there. That was all very well. The 9th Marquis of Caterham had the utmost respect and esteem for the memory of his brother. Henry had done that kind of thing magnificently. What Lord Caterham objected to was the assumption that Chimneys was a national possession rather than a private country house. There was nothing that bored Lord Caterham more than politics, unless it was politicians. Hence his impatience under the continued eloquence of George Lomax. A robust man, George Lomax, inclined to embonpoint, with a red face and protuberant eyes, and an immense sense of his own importance. You see the point, Caterham. We simply can't afford a scandal of any kind just now. The position is one of the utmost delicacy. It always is, said Lord Caterham with a flavour of irony. My dear fellow, I'm in a position to know. Oh, quite so, said Lord Caterham, falling back upon his previous line of defence. One slip over this Herzegovinian business, and we're done. It is most important that the oil concession should be granted to a British company. You must see that. Of course. Prince Michael Abolovitch arrives the end of the week, and the whole thing can be carried through at Chimneys under the guise of a shooting party. I was thinking of going abroad this week, said Lord Caterham. "Nonsense, my dear Caterham. No one goes abroad in early October." "My doctor seems to think I'm in rather a bad way," said Lord Caterham, longingly eyeing a taxi that was crawling past. He was quite unable to make a dash for liberty, however, since Lomax had the unpleasant habit of retaining a hold upon a person with whom he was engaged in serious conversation, doubtless the result of long experience. In this case he had a firm grip of the lapel of Lord Caterham's coat. "My dear man, I put it you imperially, in a moment of national crisis such as is fast approaching—" Lord Caterham wriggled uneasily. He felt suddenly that he would rather give any number of house parties than listen to George Lomax quoting from one of his own speeches. He knew by experience that Lomax was quite capable of going on for 20 minutes without a stop. "All right," he said hastily. "I'll do it. You'll arrange the whole thing, I suppose?" "My dear fellow, there's nothing to arrange. Chimneys, quite apart from its historic associations, is ideally situated. I shall be at the Abbey, less than 7 miles away. It wouldn't do, of course, for me to be actually a member of the house party." "Of course not," agreed Lord Caterham, who had no idea why it would not do, and was not interested to learn. "Perhaps you wouldn't mind having Bill Eversley, though. He'd be useful to run messages." "Delighted," said Lord Caterham, with a shade more animation. "Bill's quite a decent shot, and Bundle likes him. The shooting, of course, is not really important. It's only the pretext, as it were." Lord Caterham looked depressed again. "That will be all, then. The Prince, his suite, Bill Eversley, Herman Isaacstein." "Who?" "Herman Isaacstein, the representative of the syndicate I spoke to you about." "The all-British syndicate?" "Yes, why?" Nothing. I only wondered, that's all. Curious names these people have. Then, of course, there ought to be 1 or 2 outsiders, just to give the thing a bona fide appearance. Lady Eileen could see to that. Young people, uncritical and with no idea of politics. A Bundle would attend to that all right, I'm sure. I wonder now." Lomax seemed struck by an idea. "You remember the matter I was speaking about just now?" "You've been speaking about so many things." No, I mean this unfortunate contretemps." He lowered his voice to a mysterious whisper. "The memoirs. Count Stilptitch's memoirs." "Oh, I think you're wrong about that," said Lord Caterham, suppressing a yawn. "People like scandal. Oh, damn it all, I read reminiscences myself, and enjoy 'em too. The point is not whether people will read them or not. They'll read them fast enough, but their publication at this juncture might ruin everything. Everything. The people of Slovakia wish to restore the monarchy and are prepared to offer the crown to Prince Michael, who has the support and encouragement of His Majesty's government. And who is prepared to grant concessions to Mr. Ike Hermanstein and Company in return for the loan of $1 million or so to set him on the throne?" Caterham, implored Lomax in an agonized whisper. "Discretion, I beg of you, above all things, discretion." "And the point is," continued Lord Caterham with some relish, though he lowered his voice in obedience to the other's appeal, "that some of Stilptitch's reminiscences may upset the apple cart. Tyranny and misbehaviour of the Obolovitch family generally, eh? Questions asked in the House. Why replace the present broad-minded and democratic form of government by an obsolete tyranny? Policy dictated by the blood-sucking capitalists? Down with the government? That kind of thing, eh?" Lomax nodded. "And there might be worse still," he breathed. Only suppose that some reference should be made to that unfortunate disappearance. You know what I mean." Lord Caterham stared at him. "No, I don't. What disappearance?" "You must have heard of it." "Why, it happened while they were at Chimneys. Henry was terribly upset about it. It almost ruined his career." "You interest me enormously," said Lord Caterham. "Who or what disappeared?" Lomax leant forward and put his mouth to Lord Caterham's ear. The latter withdrew it hastily. "Oh, for God's sake, don't hiss at me." "You heard what I said?" "Yes, I did," said Lord Caterham reluctantly. "I remember now hearing something about it at the time. Very curious affair. I wonder who did it. It was never recovered?" "Never. Of course, we had to go about the matter with the utmost discretion. No hint of the loss could be allowed to leak out. But Stilptitch was there at the time. He knew something. Not all, but something. We were at loggerheads with him once or twice over the Turkish question. Suppose that in sheer malice he has set the whole thing down for the world to read. Think of the scandal, of the far-reaching results. Everyone would say, why was it hushed up? Well, of course they would, said Lord Caterham with evident enjoyment. Lomax, whose voice had risen to a high pitch, took a grip on himself. I must keep calm, he murmured. I must keep calm, but I ask you this, my dear fellow. If he didn't mean mischief, why did he send the manuscript to London in this roundabout way? It's odd, certainly. Well, you are sure of the facts? Absolutely. We had our agents in Paris. The memoirs were conveyed away secretly some weeks before his death. Yes, it looks as though there's something in it, said Lord Caterham, with the same relish he had displayed before. We have found out that they were sent to a man called Jimmy, or James McGrath, a Canadian at present in Africa. Quite an imperial affair, isn't it? Said Lord Caterham cheerily. James McGrath is due to arrive by the Granarth Castle tomorrow, Thursday. What are you going to do about it? We shall, of course, approach him at once, point out the possibly serious consequences, and beg him to defer publication of the memoirs for at least a month, and in any case to permit them to be judiciously, edited. Supposing that he says, no, sir, or I'll goddamned well see you in hell first, or something bright and breezy like that, suggested Lord Caterham. That's just what I'm afraid of, said Lomax simply. That's why it suddenly occurred to me that it might be a good thing to ask him down to Chimneys as well. He'd be flattered, naturally, at being asked to meet Prince Michael, and it might be easier to handle him. I'm not going to do it, said Lord Caterham hastily. I don't get on with Canadians, I never did, especially those that have lived much in Africa. You'd probably find him a splendid fellow, a rough diamond, you know. No, Lomax, I put my foot down there, absolutely. Somebody else has got to tackle him. It has occurred to me, said Lomax, that a woman might be very useful here. Told enough and not too much, you understand. A woman could handle the whole thing delicately and with tact, put the position before him, as it were, without getting his back up. Not that I approve of women in politics. St. Stephen's is ruined, absolutely ruined nowadays, but woman in her own sphere can do wonders. Look at Henry's wife and what she did for him. Marcia was magnificent, unique, a perfect political hostess. You don't want to ask Marcia down for this party, do you? Asked Lord Caterham faintly, turning a little pale at the mention of his redoubtable sister-in-law. No, you misunderstand me. I was speaking of the influence of women in general. No, I suggest a young woman, a woman of charm, beauty, intelligence. Not Bundle. Bundle would be no use at all. She's a red-hot socialist, if she's anything at all, and she'd simply scream with laughter at the suggestion. I was not thinking of Lady Eileen. Your daughter, Caterham, is charming, simply charming, but quite a child. We need someone with savoir-faire, poise, knowledge of the world. Of course, the very person, my cousin Virginia. Mrs. Revel? Lord Caterham brightened up. He began to feel that he might possibly enjoy the party after all. A very good suggestion of yours, Lomax. The most charming woman in London. She's well up in Slovakian affairs, too. Her husband was at the embassy there, you remember, and as you say, a woman of great personal charm. A delightful creature, murmured Lord Caterham. That is settled, then. Mr. Lomax relaxed his hold on Lord Caterham's lapel, and the latter was quick to avail himself of the chance. Bye-bye, Lomax. You'll make all the arrangements, won't you? He dived into a taxi. As far as it's possible for one upright Christian gentleman to dislike another upright Christian gentleman, Lord Caterham disliked the Honourable George Lomax. He disliked his puffy red face, his heavy breathing, and his prominent earnest blue eyes. He thought of the coming weekend and sighed. A nuisance, an abominable nuisance. Then he thought of Virginia Revel and cheered up a little. A delightful creature, he murmured to himself. A most delightful creature. Chapter 4. Introducing a Very Charming Lady. George Lomax returned straight away to Whitehall. As he entered the sumptuous apartment in which he transacted affairs of state, there was a scuffling sound. Mr. Bill Eversley was assiduously filing letters, but a large armchair near the window was still warm from contact with a human form. A very likeable young man, Bill Eversley, age at a guess 25, big and rather ungainly in his movements, a pleasantly ugly face, a splendid set of white teeth, and a pair of honest brown eyes. Richardson sent up that report yet? No, sir. Shall I get on to him about it? It doesn't matter. Any telephone messages? Miss Oscar is dealing with most of them. Mr. Isaacstein wants to know if you can lunch with him at the Savoy tomorrow. Tell Miss Oscar to look in my engagement book. If I'm not engaged, she can ring up and accept. Yes, sir. By the way, Eversley, you might ring up a number for me now. Look it up in the book. Mrs. Revel, 487 Pont Street. Yes, sir. Bill seized the telephone book, ran an unseeing eye down a column of M's, shut the book with a bang, and moved to the instrument on the desk. With his hand upon it, he paused, as though in sudden recollection. Oh, I say, sir, I've just remembered. Her line's out of order. Mrs. Revel's, I mean. I was trying to ring her up just now. George Lomax frowned. Annoying, he said. Distinctly annoying. He tapped the table undecidedly. If it's anything important, sir, perhaps I might go round there now in a taxi. She's sure to be in at this time in the morning. George Lomax hesitated, pondering the matter. Bill waited expectantly, poised for instant flight, should the reply be favourable. Perhaps that would be the best plan, said Lomax at last. Very well, then, take a taxi there, and ask Mrs. Revel if she'll be at home this afternoon at 4 o'clock, as I'm very anxious to see her about an important matter. Right, sir. Bill seized his hat and departed. 10 minutes later, a taxi deposited him at 487 Pont Street. He rang the bell and executed a loud rat-tat on the knocker. The door was opened by a grave functionary to whom Bill nodded with the ease of long acquaintance. Morning, Chilvers. Mrs. Revel in? I believe, sir, that she's just going out. Is that you, Bill? Called a voice over the banisters. I thought I recognized that muscular knock. Come up and talk to me. Bill looked up at the face that was laughing down on him, and which was always inclined to reduce him, and not him alone, to a state of babbling incoherency. He took the stairs 2 at a time, and clasped Virginia Revel's outstretched hands tightly in his. Hello, Virginia. Hello, Bill. Charm is a very peculiar thing. Hundreds of young women, some of them more beautiful than Virginia Revel, might have said, Hello, Bill, with exactly the same intonation, and yet have produced no effect whatever. But those 2 simple words, uttered by Virginia, had the most intoxicating effect upon Bill. Virginia Revel was just 27. She was tall and of an exquisite slimness. Indeed, a poem might have been written to her slimness. It was so exquisitely proportioned. Her hair was of real bronze, with the greenish tint in its gold. She had a determined little chin, a lovely nose, slanting blue eyes that showed a gleam of deepest cornflower between the half-closed lids, and a delicious and quite indescribable mouth that tilted ever so slightly at one corner in what is known as the signature of Venus. It was a wonderfully expressive face, and there was a sort of radiant vitality about her that always challenged attention. It would have been quite impossible ever to ignore Virginia Revel. She drew Bill into the small drawing-room, which was all pale mauve and green and yellow, like crocuses surprised in a meadow. Bill, darling, said Virginia, isn't the Foreign Office missing you? I thought they couldn't get on without you. I've brought a message for you from Codders. Thus irreverently did Bill allude to his chief. And, by the way, Virginia, in case he asks, remember that your telephone was out of order this morning. But it hasn't been. I know that, but I said it was. Why? Enlighten me as to this Foreign Office touch. Bill threw her a reproachful glance. So that I could get here and see you, of course. Oh, darling Bill, how dense of me, and how perfectly sweet of you. Chilvers said you were going out. So I was. To Sloane Street. There's a place there where they've got a perfectly wonderful new hip band. A hip band? Yes, Bill. H-I-P, hip, B-A-N-D, band. A band to confine the hips. You wear it next to the skin. I blush for you, Virginia. You shouldn't describe your underwear to a young man to whom you're not related. Well, it isn't delicate. But, Bill, dear, there's nothing indelicate about hips. We've all got hips, although we poor women are trying awfully hard to pretend we haven't. This hip band is made of red rubber and comes to just above the knees, and it's simply impossible to walk in it. How awful, said Bill. Why'd you do it? Oh, because it gives one such a noble feeling to suffer for one's silhouette. But don't let's talk about my hip band. Give me George's message. He wants to know whether you'll be in at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I shan't. I shall be at Ranelagh. Why this sort of formal call? Is he going to propose to me, do you think? I shouldn't wonder, because, if so, you can tell him that I much prefer men who propose on impulse. Like me? It's not an impulse with you, Bill, it's habit. Virginia, won't you ever— No, Bill. I won't have it in the morning before lunch. Do try and think of me as a nice motherly person approaching middle age who has your interests thoroughly at heart. Virginia, I do love you so. I know, Bill, I know. And I simply love being loved. Isn't it wicked and dreadful of me? I should like every nice man in the world to be in love with me. Well, most of them are, I expect, said Bill gloomily. But I hope George isn't in love with me. Well, I don't think he can be. He's so wedded to his career. What else did he say? Just that it was very important. Bill, I'm getting intrigued. The things that George thinks important are so awfully limited. I think I must chuck Ranelagh. After all, I can go to Ranelagh any day. Tell George that I shall be awaiting him meekly at 4 o'clock. Bill looked at his wristwatch. It seems hardly worthwhile to go back before lunch. Well, come out and choose something, Virginia. I'm going out to lunch somewhere or other. But that doesn't matter. Make a day of it and chuck everything all round. Well, it would be rather nice, said Virginia, smiling at him. Virginia, you're a darling. Tell me, you do like me rather, don't you? Or better than other people? Bill, I adore you. If I had to marry someone, simply had to, I mean, if it was in a book and a wicked mandarin said to me, marry someone or die by slow torture, I should choose you at once. I should indeed. I should say, give me little Bill. Well then, yes, but I haven't got to marry anyone. I love being a wicked widow. You could do all the same things still. I mean, go about and all that. You'd hardly notice me about the house. Bill, you don't understand. I'm the kind of person who marries enthusiastically if they marry at all. Bill gave a hollow groan. I shall shoot myself one of these days, I expect, he murmured gloomily. No, you won't, Bill, darling. You'll take a pretty girl out to supper, like you did the night before last. Mr. Eversley was momentarily confused. If you mean Dorothy Kirkpatrick, the girl who's in Hooks and Eyes, well, dash it all. I mean, she's a thoroughly nice girl, straight as they make 'em. There was no harm in it. Bill, darling, of course there wasn't. I love you to enjoy yourself, but don't pretend to be dying of a broken heart, that's all. Mr. Eversley recovered his dignity. You don't understand at all, Virginia, he said severely. Men are polygamous. I know they are. Sometimes I have a shrewd suspicion that I am polyandrous. If you really love me, Bill, take me out to lunch quickly. Chapter 5. First night in London. There is often a flaw in the best-laid plans. George Lomax had made one mistake. There was a weak spot in his preparations. The weak spot was Bill. Bill Eversley was an extremely nice lad. He was a good cricketer and a scratch golfer. He had pleasant manners and an amiable disposition, but his position in the Foreign Office had been gained not by brains, but by good connections. For the work he had to do, he was quite suitable. He was more or less George's dog. He had no responsible or brainy work. His part was to be constantly at George's elbow, to interview unimportant people whom George didn't want to see, to run errands, and generally to make himself useful. All this Bill carried out faithfully enough. When George was absent, Bill stretched himself out in the biggest chair and read the sporting news, and in so doing he was merely carrying out a time-honoured tradition. Being accustomed to send Bill on errands, George had dispatched him to the Union Castle officers to find out when the Granarth Castle was due in. Now, in common with most well-educated young Englishmen, Bill had a pleasant but quite inaudible voice. Any elocution master would have found fault with his pronunciation of the word Granarth. It might have been anything. The clerk took it to be Carnfray. The Carnfray Castle was due in on the following Thursday. He said so. Bill thanked him and went out. George Lomax accepted the information and laid his plans accordingly. He knew nothing about Union Castle liners and took it for granted that James McGrath would duly arrive on Thursday. Therefore, at the moment he was buttonholing Lord Caterham on the steps of the club on Wednesday morning, he would have been greatly surprised to learn that the Granarth Castle had docked at Southampton the preceding afternoon. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Anthony Cade, travelling under the name of Jimmy McGrath, stepped out of the boat train at Waterloo, hailed a taxi, and after a moment's hesitation, ordered the driver to proceed to the Blitz Hotel. One might as well be comfortable, said Anthony to himself as he looked with some interest out of the taxi windows. It was exactly 14 years since he had been in London. He arrived at the hotel, booked a room, and then went for a short stroll along the Embankment. It was rather pleasant to be back in London again. Everything was changed, of course. There had been a little restaurant there, just past Blackfriars Bridge, where he had dined fairly often, in company with other earnest lads. He'd been a socialist then, and worn a flowing red tie. Young, very young. He retraced his steps back to the Blitz. Just as he was crossing the road, a man jostled against him, nearly making him lose his balance. They both recovered themselves, and the man muttered an apology, his eyes scanning Anthony's face narrowly. He was a short, thick-set man of the working classes, with something foreign in his appearance. Anthony went on into the hotel, wondering as he did so what had inspired that searching glance. Nothing in it, probably. The deep tan of his face was somewhat unusual-looking amongst these pallid Londoners, and it had attracted the fellow's attention. He went up to his room and, led by a sudden impulse, crossed to the looking-glass and stood studying his face in it. Of the few friends of the old days, just a chosen few, was it likely that any of them would recognize him now if they were to meet him face to face? He shook his head slowly. When he'd left London, he'd been just 18, a fair, slightly chubby boy with a misleadingly seraphic expression. Small chance that that boy would be recognized in the lean, brown-faced man with the quizzical expression. The telephone beside the bed rang, and Anthony crossed to the receiver. "Hello?" The voice of the desk clerk answered him. "Mr. James McGrath?" "Speaking." "A gentleman has called to see you." Anthony was rather astonished. "To see me?" "Yes, sir, a foreign gentleman." "What's his name?" There was a slight pause, and then the clerk said, "I will send up a page boy with his card." Anthony replaced the receiver and waited. In a few minutes there was a knock on the door, and a small page appeared bearing a card upon a salver. Anthony took it. The following was the name engraved upon it. He now fully appreciated the desk clerk's pause. For a moment or two he stood studying the card, and then made up his mind. "Show the gentleman up." "Very good, sir." In a few minutes the Baron Lollepretschel was ushered into the room, a big man with an immense fan-like black beard and a high, bald forehead. He brought his heels together with a click and bowed. "Mr. McGrath," he said. Anthony imitated his movements as nearly as possible. "Baron," he said, then drawing forward a chair, "Pray sit down. I have not, I think, had the pleasure of meeting you before." "That is so," agreed the Baron, seating himself. "It is my misfortune," he added politely. "And mine also," responded Anthony on the same note. "Let us now to business come," said the Baron. "I represent in London the Loyalist party of Czechoslovakia." "And represented admirably, I'm sure," murmured Anthony. The Baron bowed in acknowledgment of the compliment. "You are too kind," he said stiffly. "Mr. McGrath, I will not from you conceal anything. The moment has come for the restoration of the monarchy, in abeyance since the martyrdom of His Most Gracious Majesty King Nicholas IV of blessed memory." "Amen," murmured Anthony. "I mean, hear, hear." "On the throne will be placed His Highness Prince Michael, who the support of the British government has." "Splendid," said Anthony. "It's very kind of you to tell me this." "Everything arranged is, when you come here to trouble make." The Baron fixed him with a stern eye. "My dear Baron," protested Anthony. Yes, I know what I am talking about. You have with you the memoirs of the late Count Stuptich." He fixed Anthony with an accusing eye. "And if I have? What have the memoirs of Count Stuptich to do with Prince Michael?" "They will cause scandals." "Most memoirs do that," said Anthony soothingly. "Of many secrets he the knowledge had. Should he reveal but a quarter of them, Europe into war plunged may be." Come, said Anthony. "It can't be as bad as all that." "An unfavourable opinion of the Obolovitch will abroad be spread, so democratic is the English spirit." "I can quite believe," said Anthony, "that the Obolovitch may have been a trifle high-handed now and again. It runs in the blood. But people in England expect that sort of thing from the Balkans. I don't know why they should, but they do." "You do not understand," said the Baron. "You do not understand at all, and my lips sealed are." He sighed. "What exactly are you afraid of?" asked Anthony. "Until I have read the memoirs, I do not know," explained the Baron simply. "But there is sure to be something. These great diplomats are always indiscreet. The apple cart upset will be, as the saying goes." "Look here," said Anthony kindly. "I'm sure you're taking altogether too pessimistic a view of the thing. I know all about publishers. They sit on manuscripts and hatch 'em like eggs. It will be at least a year before the thing is published. Either a very deceitful or a very simple young man you are, All is arranged for the memoirs in a Sunday newspaper to come out immediately. Oh, Anthony was somewhat taken aback. But you can always deny everything, he said hopefully. The Baron shook his head sadly. No, through the hat you talk. Let us to business come. £1,000 you ought to have, is it not so? You see, I have the good information got. I certainly congratulate the intelligence department of the Loyalists. Then I to you offer 1,500. Anthony stared at him in amazement, then shook his head ruefully. I'm afraid it can't be done, he said with regret. Good. I to you offer 2,000. You tempt me, Baron, you tempt me, but I still say it can't be done. Your own price named, then. I'm afraid you don't understand the position. I'm perfectly willing to believe that you're on the side of the angels, and that these memoirs may damage your cause. Nevertheless, I've undertaken the job, and I've got to carry it through. See? I can't allow myself to be bought off by the other side. That kind of thing isn't done. The Baron listened very attentively. At the end of Antony's speech, he nodded his head several times. I see. Your Honour is an Englishman, is it? Well, we don't put it that way ourselves, said Antony, but I dare say, allowing for a difference in vocabulary, that we both mean much the same thing. The Baron rose to his feet. For the English honour I much respect have, he announced. We must another way try. I wish you good morning. He drew his heels together, clicked, bowed, and marched out of the room, holding himself stiffly erect. Now, I wonder what he meant by that, mused Antony. Was it a threat? Not that I'm in the least afraid of old Lollipop. Rather a good name for him, that, by the way. I shall call him Baron Lollipop. He took a turn or two up and down the room, undecided on his next course of action. The date stipulated upon for delivering the manuscript was a little over a week ahead. Today was the 5th of October. Antony had no intention of handing it over before the last moment. Truth to tell, he was by now feverishly anxious to read these memoirs. He had meant to do so on the boat coming over, but he had been laid low with a touch of fever, and not at all in the mood for deciphering crabbed and illegible handwriting, for none of the manuscript was typed. He was now more than ever determined to see what all the fuss was about. There was the other job, too. On an impulse, he picked up the telephone book and looked up the name of Revel. There were 6 Revels in the book: Edward Henry Revel, surgeon of Harley Street, and James Revel and Company, saddlers, Lennox Revel of Abbottbury Mansions, Hampstead, Miss Mary Revel with an address in Ealing, Honourable Mrs. Timothy Revel of 487 Pont Street, and Mrs. Willis Revel of 42 Cadogan Square. Eliminating the saddlers and Miss Mary Revel, that gave him 4 names to investigate, and there was no reason to suppose that the lady lived in London at all. He shut up the book with a short shake of the head. For the moment, I'll leave it to chance, he said. Something usually turns up. The luck of the Anthony Cades of this world is perhaps in some measure due to their own belief in it. Antony found what he was after not half an hour later, when he was turning over the pages of an illustrated paper. It was a representation of some tableau organised by the Duchess of Perth. Below the central figure, a woman in Eastern dress, was the inscription, "The Honourable Mrs. Timothy Revel as Cleopatra." Before her marriage, Mrs. Revel was the Honourable Virginia Cawthron, a daughter of Lord Edgbaston. Antony looked at the picture some time, slowly pursing up his lips as though to whistle. Then he tore out the whole page, folded it up, and put it in his pocket. He went upstairs again, unlocked his suitcase, and took out the packet of letters. He took out the folded page from his pocket and slipped it under the string that held them together. Then, at a sudden sound behind him, he wheeled round sharply. A man was standing in the doorway, the kind of man whom Antony had fondly imagined existed only in the chorus of a comic opera. A sinister-looking figure, with a squat, brutal head, and lips drawn back in an evil grin. "What the devil are you doing here?" asked Antony. "And who let you come up?" "I pass where I pass," said the stranger. His voice was guttural and foreign, though his English was idiomatic enough. Another Dago, thought Antony. "Well, get out, do you hear?" he went on aloud. The man's eyes were fixed on the packet of letters which Antony had caught up. "I will get out when you have given me what I've come for." "And what's that, may I ask?" The man took a step nearer. "The memoirs of Count Stilptich," he hissed. "It's impossible to take you seriously," said Antony. "You're so completely the stage villain. I like your get-up very much. Who sent you here? Baron Lollipop?" "Baron," the man jerked out a string of harsh-sounding consonants. "So that's how you pronounce it, is it? A cross between gargling and barking like a dog. I don't think I could say it myself. My throat's not made that way. I shall have to go on calling him Lollipop. So he sent you, did he? But he received a vehement negative. His visitor went so far as to spit upon the suggestion in a very realistic manner. Then he drew from his pocket a sheet of paper which he threw upon the table. "Look," he said. "Look and tremble, accursed Englishman." Anthony looked with some interest, not troubling to fulfill the latter part of the command. On the paper was traced the crude design of a human hand in red. "It looks like a hand," he remarked. "But if you say so, I'm quite prepared to admit that it's a cubist picture of sunset at the North Pole." "It is a sign of the comrades of the Red Hand. I am a comrade of the Red Hand." "You don't say so," said Anthony, looking at him with much interest. "Are the others all like you? I don't know what the Eugenic Society would have to say about it." The man snarled angrily. "Dog," he said. "Worse than dog. Paid slave of an effete monarchy. Give me the memoirs, and then you shall go unscathed. Such is the clemency of the Brotherhood." "Well, it's very kind of them, I'm sure," said Anthony. "But I'm afraid that both they and you are labouring under a misapprehension. My instructions are to deliver the manuscript, not to your amiable society, but to a certain firm of publishers." "Pah!" laughed the other. "Do you think you will ever be permitted to reach that office alive? Enough of this fool's talk. Hand over the papers, or I shoot." He drew a revolver from his pocket and brandished it in the air. But there he misjudged his Anthony Cade. He wasn't used to men who could act as quickly or quicker than they could think. Anthony did not wait to be covered by the revolver. Almost as soon as the other got it out of his pocket, Anthony had sprung forward and knocked it out of his hand. The force of the blow sent the man swinging round so that he presented his back to his assailant. The chance was too good to be missed. With one mighty, well-directed kick, Anthony sent the man flying through the doorway into the corridor, where he collapsed in a heap. Anthony stepped out after him, but the doughty comrade of the Red Hand had had enough. He got nimbly to his feet and fled down the passage. Anthony did not pursue him, but went back to his own room. "So much for the comrades of the Red Hand," he remarked. "Picturesque appearance, but easily routed by a direct action. How the hell did that fellow get in, I wonder? There's one thing that stands out pretty clearly. This isn't going to be quite such a soft job as I thought. I've already fallen foul of both the Loyalist and the Revolutionary parties. Soon, I suppose, the Nationalists and the Independent Liberals will be sending up a delegation. One thing's fixed. I start on that manuscript tonight." Looking at his watch, Anthony discovered that it was nearly 9 o'clock, and he decided to dine where he was. He did not anticipate any more surprise visits, but he felt that it was up to him to be on his guard. He had no intention of allowing his suitcase to be rifled whilst he was downstairs in the grill-room. He rang the bell and asked for the menu, selected a couple of dishes, and ordered a bottle of Chambertin. The waiter took the order and withdrew. Whilst he was waiting for the meal to arrive, he got the package of manuscript and put it on the table with the letters. There was a knock at the door, and the waiter entered with a small table and the accessories of the meal. Anthony had strolled over to the mantelpiece. Standing there with his back to the room, he was directly facing the mirror, and idly glancing in it, he noticed a curious thing. The waiter's eyes were glued on the parcel of manuscript. Shooting little glances sideways at Anthony's immovable back, he moved softly round the table. His hands were twitching, and he kept passing his tongue over his dry lips. Anthony observed him more closely. He was a tall man, supple like all waiters, with a clean-shaven, mobile face. An Italian, Anthony thought, not a Frenchman. At the critical moment, Anthony wheeled around abruptly. The waiter started slightly, but pretended to be doing something with the salt cellar. "What's your name?" asked Anthony abruptly. "Giuseppe, monsieur." "Italian, eh?" "Yes, monsieur." Anthony spoke to him in that language, and the man answered fluently enough. Finally, Anthony dismissed him with a nod, but all the while he was eating the excellent meal which Giuseppe served to him, he was thinking rapidly. Had he been mistaken? Was Giuseppe's interest in the parcel just ordinary curiosity? It might be so, but remembering the feverish intensity of the man's excitement, Anthony decided against that theory. All the same, he was puzzled. "Dash it all," said Anthony to himself. "Everyone can't be after the blasted manuscript. Perhaps I'm fancying things." Dinner concluded and cleared away, he applied himself to the perusal of the memoirs. Owing to the illegibility of the late Count's handwriting, the business was a slow one. Anthony's yawns succeeded one another with suspicious rapidity. At the end of the 4th chapter, he gave it up. So far, he'd found the memoirs insufferably dull, with no hint of scandal of any kind. He gathered up the letters and the wrapping of the manuscript, which were lying in a heap together on the table, and locked them up in the suitcase. Then he locked the door, and as an additional precaution put a chair against it. On the chair he placed the water bottle from the bathroom. Surveying these preparations with some pride, he undressed and got into bed. He had one more shot at the Count's memoirs, but felt his eyelids drooping, and stuffing the manuscript under his pillow, he switched out the light and fell asleep almost immediately. It must have been some 4 hours later that he awoke with a start. What had awakened him he did not know. Perhaps a sound, perhaps only the consciousness of danger which in men who have led an adventurous life is very fully developed. For a moment he lay quite still, trying to focus his impressions. He could hear a very stealthy rustle, and then he became aware of a denser blackness somewhere between him and the window, on the floor by the suitcase. With a sudden spring, Anthony jumped out of bed, switching the light on as he did so. A figure sprang up from where it had been kneeling by the suitcase. It was the waiter, Giuseppe. In his right hand gleamed a long, thin knife. He hurled himself straight upon Anthony, who was by now fully conscious of his own danger. He was unarmed, and Giuseppe was evidently thoroughly at home with his own weapon. Anthony sprang to one side, and Giuseppe missed him with the knife. The next minute the two men were rolling on the floor together, locked in a close embrace. The whole of Anthony's faculties were centred on keeping a close grip of Giuseppe's right arm so that he would be unable to use the knife. He bent it slowly back. At the same time he felt the Italian's other hand clutching at his windpipe, stifling him, choking, and still, desperately, he bent the right arm back. There was a sharp tinkle as the knife fell on the floor. At the same time the Italian extricated himself with a swift twist from Anthony's grasp. Anthony sprang up too, but made the mistake of moving towards the door to cut off the other's retreat. He saw, too late, that the chair and the water bottle were just as he had arranged them. Giuseppe had entered by the window, and it was the window he made for now. In the instant's respite given him by Anthony's move towards the door, he'd sprung out on the balcony, leapt over to the adjoining balcony, and had disappeared through the adjoining window. Anthony knew well enough that it was of no use to pursue him. His way of retreat was doubtless fully assured. Anthony would merely get himself into trouble. He walked over to the bed, thrusting his hand beneath the pillow and drawing out the memoirs. Lucky that they'd been there and not in the suitcase. He crossed over to the suitcase and looked inside, meaning to take out the letters. Then he swore softly under his breath. The letters were gone. Chapter 6. The Gentle Art of Blackmail. It was exactly 5 minutes to 4 when Virginia Revel, rendered punctual by a healthy curiosity, returned to the house in Pont Street. She opened the door with her latchkey and stepped into the hall to be immediately confronted by the impassive Chilvers. "I beg pardon, ma'am, but a person has called to see you." For the moment Virginia did not pay attention to the subtle phraseology whereby Chilvers cloaked his meaning. "Mr. Lomax? Where is he? In the drawing-room?" "Oh, no, ma'am, not Mr. Lomax." Chilvers's tone was faintly reproachful. "A person. I was reluctant to let him in, but he said his business was most important, connected with the late captain, I understood him to say. Thinking, therefore, that you might wish to see him, I put him, in the study." Virginia stood thinking for a minute. She'd been a widow now for some years, and the fact that she rarely spoke of her husband was taken by some to indicate that below her careless demeanour was a still-aching wound. By others it was taken to mean the exact opposite, that Virginia had never really cared for Tim Revel, and that she found it insincere to profess a grief she did not feel. "I should have mentioned, ma'am," continued Chilvers, "that the man appears to be some kind of foreigner." Virginia's interest heightened a little. Her husband had been in the diplomatic service, and they'd been together in Herzler, Slovakia, just before the sensational murder of the King and Queen. This man might probably be a Herzler-Slovakian, some old servant who had fallen on evil days. "You did quite right, Chilvers," she said with a quick approving nod. "Where did you say you put him? In the study?" She crossed the hall with her light, buoyant step, and opened the door of the small room that flanked the dining-room. The visitor was sitting in a chair by the fireplace. He rose on her entrance and stood looking at her. Virginia had an excellent memory for faces, and she was at once quite sure that she had never seen the man before. He was tall and dark, supple in figure, and quite unmistakably a foreigner, but she did not think he was of Slavonic origin. She put him down as Italian or possibly Spanish. "You wish to see me?" she asked. "I am Mrs. Revel." The man did not answer for a minute or two. He was looking her slowly over as though appraising her narrowly. There was a veiled insolence in his manner which she was quick to feel. "Will you please state your business?" she said with a touch of impatience. "You are Mrs. Revel?"
Mrs. Timothy Revel.
Yes, I told you so just now.
Quite so. It is a good thing that you consented to see me, Mrs. Revel. Otherwise, as I told your butler, I should have been compelled to do business with your husband.
Virginia looked at him in astonishment, but some impulse quelled the retort that sprang to her lips. She contented herself by remarking dryly, "Oh, you might have found some difficulty in doing that."
I think not. I am very persistent, but I will come to the point. Perhaps you recognize this.
He flourished something in his hand. Virginia looked at it without much interest.
Can you tell me what it is, madame?
It appears to be a letter, replied Virginia, who was by now convinced that she had to do with a man who was mentally unhinged.
And perhaps you note to whom it is addressed, said the man significantly, holding it out to her.
I can read, Virginia informed him pleasantly. It is addressed to a Captain O'Neill at Rue de Canal, No. 15, Paris. The man seemed to be searching her face hungrily for something he did not find.
Will you read it, please?
Virginia took the envelope from him, drew out the enclosure, and glanced at it, but almost immediately she stiffened and held it out to him again. This is a private letter, certainly not meant for my eyes.
The man laughed sardonically. I congratulate you, Mrs. Revel, on your admirable acting. You play your part to perfection. Nevertheless, I think that you will hardly be able to deny the signature.
The signature? Virginia turned the letter over and was struck dumb with astonishment. The signature, written in a delicate slanting hand, was Virginia Revel. Checking the exclamation of astonishment that rose to her lips, she turned again to the beginning of the letter and deliberately read the whole thing through. Then she stood a minute, lost in thought. The nature of the letter made it clear enough what was in prospect.
Well, madame, said the man, that is your name, is it not?
Oh, yes, said Virginia. It's my name. But not my handwriting, she might have added. Instead, she turned a dazzling smile upon her visitor. Supposing, she said sweetly, we sit down and talk it over. He was puzzled. Not so had he expected her to behave. His instinct told him that she was not afraid of him. First of all, I should like to know how you found me out.
That was easy.
He took from his pocket a page torn from an illustrated paper and handed it to her. Anthony Cade would have recognized it. She gave it back to him with a thoughtful little frown. I see, she said. It was very easy.
Of course you understand, Mrs. Revel, that is not the only letter. There are others.
Dear me, said Virginia, I seem to have been frightfully indiscreet. Again she could see that her light tone puzzled him. She was by now thoroughly enjoying herself. At any rate, she said, smiling sweetly at him, it's very kind of you to call and give them back to me. There was a pause as he cleared his throat.
I am a poor man, Mrs. Revel, he said at last, with a good deal of significance in his manner.
As such, you will doubtless find it easier to enter the kingdom of heaven, or so I've always heard.
I cannot afford to let you have these letters for nothing.
I think you are under a misapprehension. Those letters are the property of the person who wrote them.
That may be the law, madame, but in this country you have a saying, possession is 9 points of the law, and in any case you are prepared to invoke the aid of the law.
The law is a severe one for blackmailers, Virginia reminded him.
Come, Mrs. Revel, I am not quite a fool. I have read these letters, the letters of a woman to her lover, one and all breathing dread of discovery by her husband. Do you want me to take them to your husband?
You have overlooked one possibility. Those letters were written some years ago. Supposing that since then I've become a widow. He shook his head with confidence.
In that case, if you had nothing to fear, you would not be sitting here making terms with me. Virginia smiled.
What is your price? She asked in a businesslike manner.
For £1,000 I will hand the whole packet over to you. It is very little that I am asking there, but you see, I do not like the business.
I shouldn't dream of paying you £1,000, said Virginia with decision.
Madam, I never bargain. £1,000, and I will place the letters in your hands.
Virginia reflected. You must give me a little time to think it over. It will not be easy for me to get such a sum together.
A few pounds on account, perhaps. Say 50, and I will call again.
Virginia looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past 4, and she fancied that she'd heard the bell. Very well, she said hurriedly. Come back tomorrow, but later than this, about 6. She crossed over to a desk that stood against the wall, unlocked one of the drawers, and took out an untidy handful of notes. There is about £40 here. That will have to do for you. He snatched it eagerly. And now go at once, please, said Virginia. He left the room obediently enough. Through the open door, Virginia caught a glimpse of George Lomax in the hall, just being ushered upstairs by Chilvers. As the front door closed, Virginia called to him. Come in here, George.
Chilvers, bring us some tea in here, will you please?" She flung open both windows, and George Lomax came into the room to find her standing erect with dancing eyes and wind-blown hair. "I'll shut them in a minute, George, but I felt the room ought to be aired. Did you fall over the blackmailer in the hall?"
"The what?"
"Blackmailer, George. Blackmailer. Blackmailer, one who blackmails."
"My dear Virginia, you can't be serious."
"Oh, but I am, George."
"But who did he come here to blackmail?"
"Me, George."
"But, my dear Virginia, what have you been doing?"
"Well, just for once, as it happens, I hadn't been doing anything. The good gentleman mistook me for someone else."
"You rang up the police, I suppose?"
"No, I didn't. I suppose you think I ought to have done so."
"Well,"
George considered weightily, No, perhaps not. Perhaps you acted wisely. You might be mixed up in some unpleasant publicity in connection with the case. You might even have had to give evidence." "I should have liked that," said Virginia. "I would love to be summoned, and I should like to see if judges really do make all the rotten jokes you read about. It would be most exciting. I was at Vine Street the other day to see about a diamond brooch I'd lost, and there was the most perfectly lovely inspector, the nicest man I've ever met." George, as was his custom, let all irrelevancies pass.
"But what did you do about this scoundrel?"
"Well, George, I'm afraid I let him do it."
"Do what?"
"Blackmail me." George's face of horror was so poignant that Virginia had to bite her underlip.
Do I understand you to mean that you did not correct the misapprehension under which he was labouring?"
Virginia shook her head, shooting a sideways glance at him.
"Good heavens, Virginia, you must be mad."
"I suppose it would seem that way to you."
"But why? In God's name, why?"
"Several reasons. Well, to begin with, he was doing it so beautifully. Blackmailing me, I mean. I hate to interrupt an artist when he's doing his job really well. And then, you see, I'd never been blackmailed."
"Well, I should hope not, indeed."
"And I wanted to see what it felt like."
"I'm quite at a loss to comprehend you, Virginia."
"I knew you wouldn't understand."
"You did not give him money, I hope?"
"Just a trifle," said Virginia apologetically.
"How much?"
£40.
"Virginia!"
"My dear George, it's only what I pay for an evening dress. It's just as exciting to buy new experience as it is to buy a new dress. More so, in fact." George Lomax merely shook his head, and Chilvers appearing at that moment with the tea-urn, he was saved from having to express his outraged feelings. When tea had been brought in, and Virginia's deft fingers were manipulating the heavy silver teapot, she spoke again on the subject. "I had another motive too, George, a brighter and better one. We women are usually supposed to be cats, but at any rate I'd done another woman a good turn this afternoon. This man isn't likely to go off looking for another Virginia Revel. He thinks he's found his bird all right. Poor little devil, she was in a blue funk when she wrote that letter. Mr. Blackmailer would have had the easiest job in his life there. Now, though, he doesn't know it. He's up against a tough proposition. Starting with the great advantage of having led a blameless life, I shall toy with him to his undoing, as they say in books. Guile, George, lots of guile." George still shook his head.
"I don't like it," he persisted. "I don't like it."
"Well, never mind, George, dear. You didn't come here to talk about blackmailers. What did you come here for, by the way?"
"Correct answer, to see you."
Accent on the you, and press a hand with significance, unless you happen to have been eating heavily buttered muffin, in which case it must all be done with the eyes.
"I did come to see you," replied George seriously, "and I am glad to find you alone."
"Oh, George, this is so sudden," says she, swallowing a currant.
"I wanted to ask a favour of you. I've always considered you, Virginia, as a woman of considerable charm."
"Oh, George."
"And also as a woman of intelligence."
"Not really? How well the man knows me."
"My dear Virginia, there is a young fellow arriving in England tomorrow whom I should like you to meet."
"All right, George, but it's your party. Let that be clearly understood."
"You could, I feel sure, if you choose, exercise your considerable charm."
Virginia cocked her head a little on one side. "George, dear, I don't charm as a profession, you know. Often I like people, and then, well, they like me. But I don't think I could set out in cold blood to fascinate a helpless stranger. That sort of thing isn't done, George. It really isn't. There are professional sirens who would do it much better than I should."
"That is out of the question, Virginia. This young man, he is a Canadian, by the way, of the name of McGrath."
"A Canadian of Scottish descent," says she, deducing brilliantly.
"Is probably quite unused to the higher walks of English society. I should like him to appreciate the charm and distinction of a real English gentlewoman."
"Meaning me?"
"Exactly."
"Why?"
"I beg your pardon?"
"I said why?"
"You don't boom the real English gentlewoman with every stray Canadian who sets foot upon our shores. What is the deep idea, George?
To put it vulgarly, what do you get out of it? I cannot see that concerns you, Virginia. I couldn't possibly go out for an evening and fascinate unless I knew all the whys and wherefores. You have a most extraordinary way of putting things, Virginia. Anyone would think, wouldn't they? Now come on, George, part with a little more information. My dear Virginia, matters are likely to be a little strained shortly in a certain Central European nation. It is important, for reasons which are immaterial, that this Mr. McGrath should be brought to realize that the restoring of the monarchy in Czechoslovakia is imperative to the peace of Europe. The peace about the peace of Europe is all bosh, said Virginia calmly. But I'm all for monarchies every time, especially for a picturesque people like the Czechoslovakians. So you're running a king in the Czechoslovakian stakes, are you? Who is he? George was reluctant to answer, but did not see his way to avoid the question. The interview was not going at all as he had planned. He'd foreseen Virginia as a willing, docile tool, receiving his hints gratefully and asking no awkward questions. This was far from being the case. She seemed determined to know all about it, and this George, ever doubtful of female discretion, was determined at all costs to avoid. He'd made a mistake. Virginia was not the woman for the part. She might indeed cause serious trouble. Her account of her interview with the blackmailer had caused him grave apprehension. A most undependable creature, with no idea of treating serious matters seriously. Prince Michael Obolovich, he replied, as Virginia was obviously waiting for an answer to a question. But please, let that go no further. Oh, don't be absurd, George. There are all sorts of hints in the papers already, and articles cracking up the Obolovich dynasty and talking about the murdered Nicholas IV as though he were a cross between a saint and a hero, instead of a stupid little man besotted by a third-rate actress. George winced. He was more than ever convinced that he'd made a mistake in enlisting Virginia's aid. He must stave her off quickly. You are right, my dear Virginia, he said hastily, as he rose to his feet to bid her farewell. I should not have made the suggestion I did to you, but we are anxious for the Dominions to see eye to eye with us on this Czechoslovakian crisis, and McGrath has, I believe, influence in journalistic circles. As an ardent monarchist, and with your knowledge of the country, I thought it a good plan for you to meet him. So that's the explanation, is it? Yes, but I dare say you wouldn't have cared for him. Virginia looked at him for a second, and then she laughed. George, she said, you're a rotten liar. Virginia, rotten, absolutely rotten. If I'd had your training, I could have managed a better one than that, one that had a chance of being believed. But I shall find out all about it, my poor George. Rest assured of that. The mystery of Mr. McGrath. I shouldn't wonder if I got a hint or two at Chimneys this weekend. At Chimneys? You're going to Chimneys? George could not conceal his perturbation. He'd hoped to reach Lord Caterham in time for the invitation to remain unissued. A bundle rang up and asked me this morning. George made a last effort. Rather a dull party, I believe, he said. Hardly in your line, Virginia. My poor George, why didn't you tell me the truth and trust me? It's still not too late. George took a hand and dropped it again limply. I have told you the truth, he said coldly, and said it without a blush. That's a better one, said Virginia approvingly, but it's still not good enough. Cheer up, George. I shall be at Chimneys all right, exerting my considerable charm, as you put it. Life has become suddenly very much more amusing. First a blackmailer, and then George in diplomatic difficulties. Will he tell all to the beautiful woman who asked for his confidence so pathetically? No, he will reveal nothing until the last chapter. Goodbye, George. One last fond look before you go? No? Oh, George, dear, don't be sulky about it. Virginia ran to the telephone as soon as George had departed, with a heavy gate through the front door. She obtained the number she required and asked to speak to Lady Eileen Brent. Is that you, Bundle? I'm coming to Chimneys all right tomorrow. What? For me? No, it won't, Bundle. Wild horses wouldn't keep me away. So there. Chapter 7. Mr. McGrath refuses an invitation. The letters were gone. Having once made up his mind to the fact of their disappearance, there was nothing to do but accept it. Antony realized very well that he could not pursue Giuseppe through the corridors of the Blitz Hotel. To do so was to court undesired publicity, and in all probability to fail in his object all the same. He came to the conclusion that Giuseppe had mistaken the packets of letters, enclosed as they were in the other wrappings, for the memoirs themselves. It was likely, therefore, that when he discovered his mistake, he would make another attempt to get hold of the memoirs. For this attempt, Antony intended to be fully prepared. Another plan that occurred to him was to advertise discreetly for the return of the package of letters. Supposing Giuseppe to be an emissary of the Comrades of the Red Hand, or, which seemed to Antony more probable, to be employed by the Loyalist party, the letters could have no possible interest for either employer, and he would probably jump at the chance of obtaining a small sum of money for their return. Having thought out all this, Antony returned to bed and slept peacefully until morning. He did not fancy that Giuseppe would be anxious for a second encounter that night. Antony got up with his plan of campaign fully thought out. He had a good breakfast, glanced at the papers, which were full of the new discoveries of oil in Slovakia, and then demanded an interview with the manager, and being Anthony Cade, with a gift for getting his own way by means of quiet determination, he obtained what he asked for. The manager, a Frenchman with an exquisitely suave manner, received him in his private office. You wish to see me, I understand, Mr. McGrath. I did. I arrived at your hotel yesterday, and I had dinner served to me in my own rooms by a waiter whose name was Giuseppe. He paused. I dare say we have a waiter of that name, agreed the manager indifferently. I was struck by something unusual in the man's manner, but thought nothing more of it at the time. Later in the night I was awakened by the sound of someone moving softly about the room. I switched on the light and found this same Giuseppe in the act of rifling my leather suitcase. The manager's indifference had completely disappeared now. But I have heard nothing of this, he exclaimed. Why was I not informed sooner? The man and I had a brief struggle. He was armed with a knife, by the way. In the end he succeeded in making off by way of the window. Well, what did you do then, Mr. McGrath? I examined the contents of my suitcase. Had anything been taken? Nothing of importance, said Antony slowly. The manager leaned back with a sigh. I am glad of that, he remarked. But you will allow me to say, Mr. McGrath, that I do not quite understand your attitude in the matter. You made no attempt to arouse the hotel, to pursue the thief. Antony shrugged his shoulders. Nothing of value had been taken, as I tell you. I am aware, of course, that, strictly speaking, it is a case for the police. He paused, and the manager murmured without any particular enthusiasm. For the police, of course. In any case, I was fairly certain that the man would manage to make good his escape, and since nothing was taken, why bother with the police? The manager smiled a little. I see that you realize, Mr. McGrath, that I am not at all anxious to have the police called in. From my point of view, it is always disastrous. If the newspapers can get hold of anything connected with a big fashionable hotel such as this, they always run it for all it is worth, no matter how insignificant the real subject may be. Quite so, agreed Antony. Now, I told you that nothing of value had been taken, and that was perfectly true in a sense. Nothing of any value to the thief was taken, but he got hold of something which is of considerable value to me. Ah, letters, you understand. An expression of superhuman discretion, only to be achieved by a Frenchman, settled down upon the manager's face. I comprehend, he murmured, but perfectly. Naturally, it is not a matter for the police. We are quite agreed upon that point. But you will understand that I have every intention of recovering these letters. In the part of the world where I come from, people are used to doing things for themselves. What I require from you, therefore, is the fullest possible information you can give me about this waiter, Giuseppe. I see no objection to that, said the manager after a moment or two's pause. I cannot give you the information offhand, of course, but if you will return in half an hour's time, I will have everything ready to lay before you. Thank you very much. That will suit me admirably. In half an hour's time, Antony returned to the office again to find that the manager had been as good as his word. Jotted down on a piece of paper were all the relevant facts about Giuseppe Manelli. He came to us, you see, about 3 months ago, a skilled and experienced waiter. Has given complete satisfaction. He has been in England about 5 years. Together, the two men ran over a list of the hotels and restaurants where the Italian had worked. One fact struck Antony as being possibly of significance. At 2 of the hotels in question, there had been serious robberies during the time that Giuseppe was employed there, though no suspicion of any kind had attached to him in either case. Still, the fact was significant. Was Giuseppe merely a clever hotel thief? Had his search of Antony's suitcase been only part of his habitual professional tactics? He might just possibly have had the packet of letters in his hand at the moment when Antony switched on the light, and have shoved it into his pocket mechanically so as to have his hands free. In that case, the thing was mere plain or garden robbery. Against that, there was to be put the man's excitement of the evening before, when he had caught sight of the papers lying on the table. There had been no money or object of value there, such as would excite the cupidity of an ordinary thief. No, Antony felt convinced that Giuseppe had been acting as a tool for some outside agency. With the information supplied to him by the manager, it might be possible to learn something about Giuseppe's private life and so finally track him down. He gathered up the sheet of paper and rose. "Thank you very much indeed. It's quite unnecessary to ask, I suppose, whether Giuseppe is still in the hotel." The manager smiled. His bed was not slept in, and all his things had been left behind. He must have rushed straight out after his attack upon you. I don't think there is much chance of our seeing him again. I imagine not. Well, thank you very much indeed. I shall be staying on here for the present. I hope you will be successful in your task, but I confess that I am rather doubtful. I always hope for the best. One of Antony's first proceedings was to question some of the other waiters who had been friendly with Giuseppe, but he obtained very little to go upon. He wrote out an advertisement on the lines he'd planned and had it sent to 5 of the most widely read newspapers. He was just about to go out and visit the restaurant to which Giuseppe had been previously employed when the telephone rang. Antony took up the receiver. "Hello, what is it?" A toneless voice replied. Am I speaking to Mr. McGrath?" "You are. Who are you?" "This is Messrs. Balderson and Hodgkins. Just a minute, please. I'll put you through to Mr. Balderson." Our worthy publishers, thought Antony. So they're getting worried too, are they? They needn't. There's a week to run still. A hearty voice struck suddenly upon his ear. "Hello, that Mr. McGrath?" "Speaking." "I'm Mr. Balderson of Balderson and Hodgkins. What about that manuscript, Mr. McGrath?" "Well," said Antony, "what about it?" "Everything about it. I understand, Mr. McGrath, that you've just arrived in this country from South Africa. That being so, you can't possibly understand the position. There's going to be trouble about that manuscript, Mr. McGrath, big trouble. Sometimes I wish we'd never said we'd handle it." "Indeed?" "I assure you it's so. At present, I'm anxious to get it into my possession as quickly as possible, so as to have a couple of copies made. Then if the original is destroyed, well, no harm will be done." "Dear me," said Antony. "Yes, I expect it sounds absurd to you, Mr. McGrath, but I assure you, you don't appreciate the situation. There's a determined effort being made to prevent its ever reaching this office. I say to you quite frankly and without humbug that if you attempt to bring it yourself, it's 10 to 1 that you'll never get here." "I doubt that," said Antony. "When I want to get anywhere, I usually do." "You're up against a very dangerous lot of people. I wouldn't have believed it myself a month ago. I'll tell you, Mr. McGrath, we've been bribed and threatened and cajoled by one lot and another until we don't know whether we're on our heads or our heels. My suggestion is that you do not attempt to bring the manuscript here. One of our people will call upon you at the hotel and take possession of it." "And supposing the gang does him in?" asked Antony. "The responsibility would then be ours, not yours. You would have delivered it to our representative and obtained a written discharge. The cheque for, £1,000, which we're instructed to hand to you, will not be available until Wednesday next by the terms of our agreement with the executors of the late, author. You know whom I mean. But if you insist, I will send my own cheque for that amount by the messenger." Antony reflected for a minute or two. He had intended to keep the memoirs until the last day of grace, because he was anxious to see for himself what all the fuss was about. Nevertheless, he realized the force of the publisher's arguments. "All right," he said with a little sigh. "Have it your own way. Send your man along. And if you don't mind sending that cheque as well, I'd rather have it now, as I may be going out of England before next Wednesday." "Certainly, Mr. McGrath. Our representative will call upon you first thing tomorrow morning. It would be wiser not to send anyone direct from the office. Our Mr. Holmes lives in South London. He will call in on his way to us and will give you a receipt for the package. I suggest that tonight you should place a dummy packet in the manager's safe. Your enemies will get to hear of this, and it will prevent any attack being made upon your apartments tonight." "Very well, I will do as you direct." Antony hung up the receiver with a thoughtful face. Then he went on with his interrupted plan of seeking news of the slippery Giuseppe. He drew a complete blank, however. Giuseppe had worked at the restaurant in question, but nobody seemed to know anything of his private life or associates. "But I'll get you, my lad," murmured Antony between his teeth. "I'll get you yet. It's only a matter of time." His second night in London was entirely peaceful. At 9 o'clock the following morning, the card of Mr. Holmes from Messrs. Balderson and Hodgkins was sent up, and Mr. Holmes followed it. A small, fair man with a quiet manner. Antony handed over the manuscript and received in exchange a cheque for £1,000. Mr. Holmes packed up the manuscript in the small brown bag he carried, wished Antony good morning, and departed. The whole thing seemed very tame. "But perhaps he'll be murdered on the way there," Antony murmured aloud as he stared idly out of the window. "I wonder now, I very much wonder." He put the cheque in an envelope, enclosed a few lines of writing with it, and sealed it up carefully. Jimmy, who had been more or less in funds at the time of his encounter with Anthony at Bulawayo, had advanced him a substantial sum of money which was, as yet, practically untouched. "If one job's done with, the other isn't," said Anthony to himself. "Up to now I've bungled it. But never say die. I think that, suitably disguised, I shall go and have a look at 487 Pont Street." He packed his belongings, went down and paid his bill, and ordered his luggage to be put on a taxi. Suitably rewarding those who stood in his path, most of whom had done nothing whatever materially to add to his comfort, he was on the point of being driven off when a small boy rushed down the steps with a letter. "Just come for you this very minute, sir." With a sigh, Anthony produced yet another shilling. The taxi groaned heavily and jumped forward with a hideous crashing of gears, and Anthony opened the letter. It was rather a curious document. He had to read it 4 times before he could be sure of what it was all about. Put in plain English, the letter was not in plain English, but in the peculiar involved style common to missives issued by government officials, it presumed that Mr. McGrath was arriving in England from South Africa today. Thursday, it referred obliquely to the memoirs of Count Stilptich, and begged Mr. McGrath to do nothing in the matter until he'd had a confidential conversation with Mr. George Lomax and certain other parties whose magnificence was vaguely hinted at. It also contained a definite invitation to go down to Chimneys as the guest of Lord Caterham on the following day, Friday. A mysterious and thoroughly obscure communication. Anthony enjoyed it very much. "Dear old England," he murmured affectionately. 2 days behind the times as usual. Rather a pity. Still, I can't go down to Chimneys under false pretences. I wonder, though, if there's an inn handy. Mr. Anthony Cade might stay at the inn without anyone being the wiser. He leant out the window and gave new directions to the taxi driver, who acknowledged them with a snort of contempt. The taxi drew up before one of London's more obscure hostelries. The fare, however, was paid on a scale benefiting its point of departure. Having booked a room in the name of Anthony Cade, Anthony passed into a dingy writing-room, took out a sheet of notepaper, stamped with the legend Hotel Blitz, and wrote rapidly. He explained that he had arrived on the preceding Tuesday, that he had handed over the manuscript in question to Messrs. Balderson and Hodgkins, and he regretfully declined the kind invitation of Lord Caterham, as he was leaving England almost immediately. He signed the letter, "Yours faithfully, James McGrath." "And now," said Anthony, as he affixed the stamp to the envelope, "to business. Exit James McGrath, and enter Anthony Cade." Chapter 8. A Dead Man. On that same Thursday afternoon, Virginia Revel had been playing tennis at Ranelagh. All the way back to Pont Street, as she lay back in the long, luxurious limousine, a little smile played upon her lips as she rehearsed her part in the forthcoming interview. Of course, it was within the bounds of possibility that the blackmailer might not reappear, but she felt pretty certain that he would. She'd shown herself an easy prey. Well, perhaps this time there would be a little surprise for him. When the car drew up at the house, she turned to speak to the chauffeur before going up the steps. "How's your wife, Walton? I forgot to ask." "Better, I think, ma'am. The doctor said he'd look in and see her about 6:30. Will you be wanting the car again?" Virginia reflected for a minute. I shall be away for the weekend. I'm going by the 6:40 from Paddington, but I shan't need you again. A taxi will do for that. I'd rather you saw the doctor. If he thinks it would do your wife good to go away for the weekend, take her somewhere, Walton. I'll stand the expense." Cutting short the man's thanks with an impatient nod of the head, Virginia ran up the steps, delved into her bag in search of her latchkey, remembered she hadn't got it with her, and hastily rang the bell. It was not answered at once, but as she waited there, a young man came up the steps. He was shabbily dressed and carried in his hand a sheaf of leaflets. He held one out to Virginia with the legend on it plainly visible, "Why did I serve my country?" In his left hand he held a collecting box. "I can't buy 2 of those awful poems in one day," said Virginia pleadingly. "I bought one this morning. I did indeed, honour bright." The young man threw back his head and laughed. Virginia laughed with him. Running her eyes carelessly over him, she thought him a more pleasing specimen than usual of London's unemployed. She liked his brown face and the lean hardness of him. She went so far as to wish she had a job for him. But at that moment the door opened, and immediately Virginia forgot all about the problem of the unemployed, for to her astonishment the door was opened by her own maid, Elise. "Where's Chilvers?" she demanded sharply as she stepped into the hall. "But he has gone, madame, with the others." "What others? Gone where?" "But to Datchet, madame, to the cottage, as your telegram said." "My telegram?" said Virginia, utterly at sea. "Did not Madame send a telegram? Surely there can be no mistake. It came but an hour ago." "I never sent any telegram. What did it say?" "I believe it's still on the table, là-bas." Elise retired, pouncing upon it, and brought it to her mistress in triumph. "Voilà, madame." The telegram was addressed to Chilvers and ran as follows: "Please take household down to cottage at once and make preparations for weekend party there. Catch 5:49 train." There was nothing unusual about it. It was just the sort of message she herself had frequently sent before, when she'd arranged a party at her riverside bungalow on the spur of the moment. She always took the whole household down, leaving an old woman as caretaker. Chilvers would not have seen anything wrong with the message, and like a good servant had carried out his orders faithfully enough. "Me, I remained," explained Elise, "knowing that Madame would wish me to pack for her." "It's a silly hoax," cried Virginia, flinging down the telegram angrily. "You know perfectly well, Elise, that I'm going to Chimneys. I told you so this morning." "I thought Madame had changed her mind. Sometimes that does happen, does it not, Madame?" Virginia admitted the truth of the accusation with a half-smile. She was busy trying to find a reason for this extraordinary practical joke. Elise put forward a suggestion. "Mon Dieu!" she cried, clasping her hands. "If it should be the malefactors, the thieves, they send the bogus telegram and get the domestiques all out of the house, and then they rob it." "I suppose that might be it," said Virginia doubtfully. Yes, madame, that is without a doubt. Every day you read in the papers of such things. Madame will ring up the police at once, before they arrive and cut our throats." "Oh, don't get so excited, Elise. They won't come and cut our throats at 6 o'clock in the afternoon." "Madame, I implore you, let me run out and fetch a policeman now at once." "But what on earth for? Don't be silly, Elise. Go up and pack my things for Chimneys if you haven't already done it. The new Caille evening dress and the white crepe Moroccan, and yes, the black velvet. Black velvet is so political, is it not?" "Madame looks ravishing in the eau de Nil satin," suggested Elise, her professional instincts reasserting themselves. No, I won't take that. Hurry up, Elise. There's a good girl. We've got very little time. I'll send a wire to Chilvers at Datchet, and I'll speak to the policeman on the beat as we go out and tell him to keep an eye on the place. Don't start rolling your eyes again, Elise. If you get so frightened before anything's happened, what would you do if a man jumped out from some dark corner and stuck a knife into you?" Elise gave vent to a shrill squeak and beat a speedy retreat up the stairs, darting nervous glances over her shoulder as she went. Virginia made a face at her retreating back and crossed the hall to the little study where the telephone was. Elise's suggestion of ringing up the police station seemed to her a good one, and she intended to act upon it without any further delay. She opened the study door and crossed to the telephone. Then, with her hand on the receiver, she stopped. A man was sitting in the big armchair, sitting in a curious huddled position. In the stress of the moment, she had forgotten all about her expected visitor. Apparently he had fallen asleep whilst waiting for her. She came right up to the chair, a slightly mischievous smile upon her face, and then suddenly the smile faded. The man was not asleep. He was dead. She knew it at once, knew it instinctively, even before her eyes had seen and noted the small shining pistol lying on the floor, the little singed hole just above the heart with the dark stain round it, and the horrible dropped jaw. She stood quite still, her hands pressed to her sides. In the silence she heard Elise running down the stairs. "Madame, madame!" "Well, what is it?" She moved quickly to the door. Her whole instinct was to conceal what had happened, for the moment anyway, from Elise. Elise would promptly go into hysterics, she knew that well enough, and she felt a great need for calm and quiet in which to think things out. "Madame, would it not be better if I should draw the chain across the door? These malefactors at any minute they may arrive." Yes, if you like. Anything you like." She heard the rattle of the chain, and then Elise running upstairs again, and drew a long breath of relief. She looked at the man in the chair and then at the telephone. Her course was quite clear. She must ring up the police at once. But still she did not do so. She stood quite still, paralyzed with horror, and with a host of conflicting ideas rushing through her brain. The bogus telegram. Had it something to do with this? Supposing Elise had not stayed behind, she would have let herself in. That is, presuming she had had a latchkey with her as usual, to find herself alone in the house with a murdered man, a man whom she had permitted to blackmail her on a former occasion. Of course, she had an explanation of that, but thinking of that explanation, she was not quite easy in her mind. She remembered how frankly incredible George had found it. Would other people think the same? Those letters now, of course she hadn't written them, but would it be so easy to prove that? She put her hands on her forehead, squeezing them tight together. "I must think," said Virginia. "I simply must think." Who had let the man in? Surely not Elise. If she had done so, she would have been sure to have mentioned the fact at once. The whole thing seemed more and more mysterious as she thought about it. There was really only one thing to be done: ring up the police. She stretched out her hand to the telephone, and suddenly she thought of George. A man. That was what she wanted. An ordinary, level-headed, unemotional man who would see things in their proper proportion and point out to her the best course to take. Then she shook her head. Not George. The first thing George would think of would be his own position. He would hate being mixed up in this kind of business. George wouldn't do at all. Then her face softened. Bill, of course. Without more ado, she rang up Bill. She was informed that he had left half an hour ago for Chimneys. "Oh, damn!" cried Virginia, jamming down the receiver. It was horrible to be shut up with a dead body and have no one to speak to. And at that moment, the front doorbell rang. Virginia jumped. In a few minutes it rang again. Elise, she knew, was upstairs packing and wouldn't hear it. Virginia went out in the hall, drew back the chain, and undid all the bolts that Elise had fastened in her zeal. Then, with a long breath, she threw open the door. On the steps was the unemployed young man. Virginia plunged headlong with the relief born of overstrung nerves. "Come in," she said. "I think perhaps I've got a job for you." She took him into the dining-room, pulled forward a chair for him, sat herself facing him, and stared at him very attentively. "Excuse me," she said, "but are you, Eton and Oxford?" said the young man. "That's what you wanted to ask me, wasn't it?" Something of the kind," admitted Virginia. "Come down in the world entirely through my own incapacity to stick to regular work. This isn't regular work you're offering me, I hope?" A smile hovered for a moment on her lips. "It's very irregular." "Good," said the young man in a tone of satisfaction. Virginia noted his bronzed face and long, lean body with approval. "You see," she explained, "I'm in rather a hole, and most of my friends are, well, rather high up. They've all got something to lose." "Well, I've got nothing whatsoever to lose, so go ahead. What's the trouble?" "There's a dead man in the next room," said Virginia. "He's been murdered, and I don't know what to do about it." She blurted out the words as simply as a child might have done. The young man went up enormously in her estimation by the way he accepted her statement. He might have been used to hearing a similar announcement made every day of his life. "Excellent," he said with a trace of enthusiasm. "I've always wanted to do a bit of amateur detective work. Shall we go and view the body, or will you give me the facts first?" "I think I'd better give you the facts." She paused for a moment to consider how best to condense her story, and then began speaking quietly and concisely. "This man came to the house for the first time yesterday and asked to see me. He had certain letters with him, love letters signed with my name." "But which weren't written by you," put in the young man quietly. Virginia looked at him in some astonishment. "How did you know that?" "Oh, I deduced it, but go on." "He wanted to blackmail me, and I don't know if you'll understand, but I let him." She looked at him appealingly, and he nodded his head reassuringly. "Of course I understand. You wanted to see what it felt like." "How frightfully clever of you. That's just what I did feel." "I am clever," said the young man modestly. "But mind you, very few people would understand that point of view. Most people, you see, haven't got any imagination." "I suppose that's so. I told this man to come back today at 6 o'clock. I arrived home from Ranelagh to find out that a bogus telegram had got all the servants except my maid out of the house. Then I walked into the study and found the man shot." "Well, who let him in?" "I don't know. I think if my maid had done so, she would have told me." "Well, does she know what's happened?" "I have told her nothing." The young man nodded and rose to his feet. "And now to view the body," he said briskly. "But I'll tell you this, on the whole it's always best to tell the truth. One lie involves you in such a lot of lies, and continuous lying is so monotonous." "Then you advise me to ring up the police?" "Probably, but we'll just have a look at the fellow first." Virginia led the way out of the room. On the threshold she paused, looking back at him. "By the way," she said, "you haven't told me your name yet." "My name? My name's Anthony Cade." Chapter 9. Anthony disposes of a body. Anthony followed Virginia out of the room, smiling a little to himself. Events had taken quite an unexpected turn, but as he bent over the figure in the chair, he grew grave again. "He's still warm," he said sharply. "He was killed less than half an hour ago." "Just before I came in?" "Exactly." He stood upright, drawing his brows together in a frown. Then he asked a question of which Virginia did not at once see the drift. "Your maid's not been in this room, of course?" "No." "Does she know that you've been into it?" "Why, yes, I came to the door to speak to her." "After you'd found the body?" "Yes." "And you said nothing?" "Would it have been better if I had? I thought she would go into hysterics. Well, she's French, you know, and easily upset. I wanted to think over the best thing to do. Anthony nodded, but did not speak. You think it a pity, I can see. Well, it was rather unfortunate, Mrs. Revel. If you and the maid had discovered the body together, immediately on return, it would have simplified matters very much. The man would then definitely have been shot before your return to the house. Whilst now they might say he was shot after, I see. He watched her taking in the idea, and was confirmed in his first impression of her, formed when she had spoken to him on the steps outside. Besides beauty, she possessed courage and brains. Virginia was so engrossed in the puzzle presented to her that it did not occur to her to wonder at this strange man's ready use of her name. "Why didn't Elise hear the shot, I wonder?" she murmured. Anthony pointed to the open window as a loud backfire came from a passing car. "There you are. London's not the place to notice a pistol shot." Virginia turned with a little shudder to the body in the chair. "He looks like an Italian," she remarked curiously. "He is an Italian," said Anthony. "I should say that his regular profession was that of a waiter. He only did blackmailing in his spare time. His name might very possibly be Giuseppe." "Good heavens!" cried Virginia. "Is this Sherlock Holmes?" No," said Anthony regretfully. "I'm afraid it's just plain or garden cheating. I'll tell you all about it presently. Now, you say this man showed you some letters and asked you for money. Did you give him any?" "Yes, I did." "How much?" £40. "Ah, that's bad," said Anthony, but without manifesting any undue surprise. "Now, let's have a look at the telegram." Virginia picked it up from the table and gave it to him. She saw his face grow grave as he looked at it. "What's the matter?" He held it out, pointing silently to the place of origin. "Barnes," he said. "And you were at Ranelagh this afternoon? What's to prevent you having sent it off yourself?" Virginia felt fascinated by his words. It was as though a net were closing tighter and tighter around her. He was forcing her to see all the things which she'd felt dimly at the back of her mind. Anthony took out his handkerchief and wound it round his hand. Then he picked up the pistol. "We criminals have to be so careful," he said apologetically. "Fingerprints, you know." Suddenly she saw his whole figure stiffen. His voice, when he spoke, had altered. It was terse and curt. "Mrs. Revel," he said, "have you ever seen this pistol before?" "No," said Virginia wonderingly. "Are you sure of that?" "Quite sure." "Have you a pistol of your own?" "No." "Have you ever had one?" "No, never." "You're sure of that?" "Quite sure." He stared at her steadily for a minute, and Virginia stared back in complete surprise at his tone. Then with a sigh he relaxed. That's odd," he said. "How do you account for this?" He held out the pistol. It was a small, dainty article, almost a toy, though capable of doing deadly work. Engraved on it was the name Virginia. "Oh, it's impossible," cried Virginia. Her astonishment was so genuine that Anthony could but believe in it. "Sit down," he said quietly. "There's more in this than there seemed to be first go off. To begin with, what's our hypothesis? There are only two possible ones. There is, of course, the real Virginia of the letters. She may have somehow or other tracked him down, shot him, dropped the pistol, stolen the letters, and taken herself off. That's quite possible, isn't it?" "I suppose so," said Virginia unwillingly. "The other hypothesis is a good deal more interesting. Whoever wished to kill Giuseppe wished also to incriminate you. In fact, that may have been their main object. They could get him easily enough anywhere, but they took extraordinary pains and trouble to get him here. And whoever they were, they knew all about you, your cottage at Datchet, your usual household arrangements, and the fact that you were at Ranelagh this afternoon. It seems an absurd question, but have you any enemies, Mrs. Revel?" "Well, of course I haven't. Well, not that kind, anyway." "The question is," said Anthony, "what are we going to do now? There are two courses open to us. A, ring up the police, tell the whole story, and trust to your unassailable position in the world and your hitherto blameless life. B, an attempt on my part to dispose successfully of the body. Naturally, my private inclinations urge me to B. I've always wanted to see if I couldn't conceal a crime with the necessary cunning, but I've had a squeamish objection to shedding blood. On the whole, I expect A's the soundest. Then here's a sort of bowdlerized A. Ring up the police, etc., but suppress the pistol and the blackmailing letters. That is, if they're on him still." Anthony ran rapidly through the dead man's pockets. He's been stripped clean," he announced. "There's not a thing on him. There'll be dirty work at the crossroads over those letters yet. Hello, what's this? Hole in the lining. Something got caught there, torn roughly out, and a scrap of paper left behind." He drew out the scrap of paper as he spoke, and brought it over to the light. Virginia joined him. "Pity we haven't got the rest of it," he muttered. "Chimneys, 11:45 Thursday. Sounds like an appointment." "Chimneys?" cried Virginia. "How extraordinary." "Why extraordinary? Rather high tone for such a low fellow." "I'm going to Chimneys this evening. Well, at least I was." Anthony wheeled around on her. "What's that? Say that again." "I was going to Chimneys this evening," repeated Virginia. Anthony stared at her. "I begin to see. At least, I may be wrong, but it's an idea. Suppose someone badly wanted to prevent your going to Chimneys." "My cousin George Lomax does," said Virginia with a smile. "But I can't seriously suspect George of murder." Anthony did not smile. He was lost in thought. "If you ring up the police, it's good-bye to any idea of getting to Chimneys today or even tomorrow, and I should like you to go to Chimneys. I fancy it will disconcert our unknown friends. Mrs. Revel, will you put yourself in my hands?" "It's to be Plan B, then?" "It's to be Plan B. The first thing is to get that maid of yours out of the house. Can you manage that?" "Easily." Virginia went out into the hall and called up the stairs. "Elise, Elise, madame?" Anthony heard a rapid colloquy, and then the front door opened and shut. Virginia came back into the room. "She's gone. I sent her for some special scent. Told her the shop in question was open until 8. It won't be, of course. She's to follow after me by the next train without coming back here." "Good," said Anthony approvingly. "We can now proceed to the disposal of the body. It's a time-worn method, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you if there's such a thing in the house as a trunk." "Well, of course there is. Come down to the basement and take your choice." There was a variety of trunks in the basement. Anthony selected a solid affair of suitable size. "I'll attend to this part of it," he said tactfully. "You go upstairs and get ready to start." Virginia obeyed. She slipped out of a tennis kit, put on a soft brown travelling dress and a delightful little orange hat, and came down to find Anthony waiting in the hall with a neatly strapped trunk beside him. "I should like to tell you the story of my life," he remarked, "but it's going to be rather a busy evening. Now, this is what you've got to do. Call a taxi, have your luggage put on it, including the trunk. Drive to Paddington. There, have the trunk put in the left luggage office. I shall be on the platform. As you pass me, drop the cloakroom ticket. I will pick it up and return it to you, but in reality I shall keep it. Go on to Chimneys and leave the rest to me." "Oh, it's awfully good of you," said Virginia. "It's really dreadful of me saddling a perfect stranger with a dead body like this." "I like it," returned Anthony nonchalantly. "If one of my friends, Jimmy McGrath, were here, he'd tell you that anything of this kind suits me down to the ground." Virginia was staring at him. "What name did you say? Jimmy McGrath?" Anthony returned her glance keenly. "Yes. Why? Have you heard of him?" "Yes, and quite lately." She paused irresolutely, and then went on, "Mr. Cade, I must talk to you. Can't you come down to Chimneys?" "You'll see me before very long, Mrs. Revel. I'll tell you that. Now, exit conspirator A by back door slinkingly. Exit conspirator B in blaze of glory by front door to taxi." The plan went through without a hitch. Anthony, having picked up a second taxi, was on the platform and duly retrieved the fallen ticket. He then departed in search of a somewhat battered second-hand Morris Cowley, which he had acquired earlier in the day in case it should be necessary to his plans. Returning to Paddington in this, he handed the ticket to the porter, who got the trunk out of the cloakroom and wedged it securely at the back of the car. Anthony drove off. His objective now was out of London. Through Notting Hill, Shepherd's Bush, down Goldhawk Road, through Brentford and Hounslow, till he came to the long stretch of road midway between Hounslow and Staines. It was a well-frequented road, with motors passing continuously. No footmarks or tyre marks were likely to show. Anthony stopped the car at a certain spot. Getting down, he first obscured the number plate with mud. Then, waiting until he heard no car coming in either direction, he opened the trunk, heaved out Giuseppe's body, and laid it neatly down by the side of the road, on the inside of a curve, so that the headlights of passing motors would not strike on it. Then he entered the car again and drove away. The whole business had occupied exactly 1 minute and a half. He made a detour to the right, returning to London by way of Burnham Beeches. There again he halted the car, and choosing a giant of the forest, he deliberately climbed the huge tree. It was something of a feat even for Anthony. To one of the topmost branches he affixed a small brown paper parcel, concealing it in a little niche close to the bowl. "A very clever way of disposing of the pistol," said Anthony to himself with some approval. "Everybody hunts about on the ground and drags ponds, but there are very few people in England who could climb that tree." Next, back to London and Paddington Station. Here he left the trunk, at the other cloakroom this time, the one on the arrival side. He thought longingly of such things as good rump steaks, juicy chops, and large masses of fried potatoes, but he shook his head ruefully, glancing at his wristwatch. He fed the Morris with a fresh supply of petrol, and then took the road once more, north this time. It was just after 11:30 that he brought the car to rest in the road adjoining the Park of Chimneys. Jumping out, he scaled the wall easily enough and set out towards the house. It took him longer than he thought, and presently he broke into a run. A great grey mass loomed up out of the darkness, the venerable pile of chimneys. In the distance a stable clock chimed the 3/4. 11:45, the time mentioned on the scrap of paper. Anthony was on the terrace now, looking up at the house. Everything seemed dark and quiet. "They get a bit early, these politicians," he murmured to himself, and suddenly a sound smote upon his ears, the sound of a shot. Anthony spun around quickly. The sound had come from within the house. He was sure of that. He waited a minute, but everything was still as death. Finally he went up to one of the long French windows, from where he judged the sound that had startled him had come. He tried the handle. It was locked. He tried some of the other windows, listening intently all the while, but the silence remained unbroken. In the end he told himself that he must have imagined the sound, or perhaps mistaken a stray shot coming from a poacher in the woods. He turned and retraced his steps across the park, vaguely dissatisfied and uneasy. He looked back at the house, and whilst he looked, a light sprang up in one of the windows on the first floor. In another minute it went out again, and the whole place was in darkness once more. Chapter 10. Chimneys. Inspector Badgeworthy in his office. Time 8:30 a.m. A tall, portly man, Inspector Badgeworthy, with a heavy regulation tread, inclined to breathe hard in moments of professional strain. In attendance, Constable Johnson, very new to the force, with a downy, unfledged look about him, like a human chicken. The telephone on the table rang sharply, and the inspector took it up with his usual portentous gravity of action. "Yes, police station, Market Barsing. Inspector Badgeworthy speaking. What?" Slight alteration in the inspector's manner. As he is greater than Johnson, so others are greater than Inspector Badgeworthy. "Speaking, my lord. I beg your pardon, my lord. I didn't quite hear what you said." Long pause, during which the inspector listens, quite a variety of expressions passing over his usually impassive countenance. Finally he lays down the receiver, after a brief, "At once, my lord." He turned to Johnson, seemingly visibly swelled with importance. "From his lordship, at Chimneys. Murder." "Murder?" echoed Johnson, suitably impressed. "Murder it is," said the inspector with great satisfaction. "Well, there's never been a murder here, not that I've heard of, except the time that Tom Pierce shot his sweetheart." "And that, in a manner of speaking, wasn't murder at all, but drink," said the inspector deprecatingly. "He weren't hanged for it," agreed Johnson gloomily. "But this is the real thing, is it, sir?" "It is, Johnson. One of his lordship's guests, a foreign gentleman, discovered shot, open window and footprints outside." "I'm sorry it were a foreigner," said Johnson with some regret. It made the murder seem less real. Foreigners, Johnson felt, were liable to be shot. "His lordship's in a rare taking," continued the inspector. "We'll get hold of Dr. Cartwright and take him with us right away. I hope to goodness no one will get messing with those footprints." Badgeworthy was in a seventh heaven. A murder at Chimneys. Inspector Badgeworthy in charge of the case. The police have a clue. Sensational arrest. Promotion and kudos for the aforementioned inspector. "That is," said Inspector Badgeworthy to himself, "if Scotland Yard doesn't come butting in." The thought dampened him momentarily. It seemed so extremely likely to happen under the circumstances. They stopped at Dr. Cartwright's, and the doctor, who was a comparatively young man, displayed a keen interest. His attitude was almost exactly that of Johnson. "Why, bless my soul," he exclaimed, "we haven't had a murder here since the time of Tom Pierce." All three of them got into the doctor's little car and started off briskly for Chimneys. As they passed the local inn, the Jolly Cricketers, the doctor noticed a man standing in the doorway. "Stranger," he remarked. "Rather a nice-looking fellow. Wonder how long he's been here, and what he's doing staying at the Cricketers. I haven't seen him at all. He must have arrived last night." "He didn't come by train," said Johnson. Johnson's brother was the local railway porter, and Johnson was therefore always well up in arrivals and departures. "Who was here for Chimneys yesterday?" "Lady Eileen, she came down by the 3:40, and two gentlemen with her, an American gent and a young army chap, neither of them with valets. His lordship come down with a foreign gentleman, the one that's been shot as likely as not by the 5:40, and the foreign gentleman's valet. Mr. Eversley come by the same train. Mrs. Revel came by the 7:25, and another foreign-looking gentleman came by it too, one with a bald head and a hook nose. Mrs. Revel's maid came by the 8:56. Johnson paused, out of breath. And there was no one for the cricketers? Johnson shook his head. He must have come by car, then, said the inspector. Johnson, make a note to institute inquiries at the cricketers on your way back. We want to know all about any strangers. He was very sunburnt, that gentleman. Likely as not, he's come from foreign parts, too. The inspector nodded his head with great sagacity, as though to imply that that was the sort of wide-awake man he was, not to be caught napping under any consideration. The car passed in through the park gates of Chimneys. Descriptions of that historic place can be found in any guidebook. It is also number 3 in Historic Homes of England, price 21 shillings. On Thursday, coaches come over from Midlingham and view those portions of it which are open to the public. In view of all these facilities, to describe Chimneys would be superfluous. They were received at the door by a white-headed butler whose demeanour was perfect. We are not accustomed, it seemed to say, to having murder committed within these walls, but these are evil days. Let us meet disaster with perfect calm, and pretend with our dying breath that nothing out of the usual has occurred. His lordship, said the butler, is expecting you. This way, if you please. He led them to a small cosy room, which was Lord Caterham's refuge from the magnificence elsewhere, and announced them. The police, my lord, and Dr. Cartwright. Lord Caterham was pacing up and down in a visibly agitated state. Ah, Inspector, you've turned up at last. I am thankful for that. How are you, Cartwright? This is the very devil of a business, you know, the very devil of a business. And Lord Caterham, running his hands through his hair in a frenzied fashion until it stood upright in little tufts, looked even less like a peer of the realm than usual. Where's the body? Asked the doctor in curt business-like fashion. Lord Caterham turned to him as though relieved at being asked a direct question. In the council chamber, just where it was found. I wouldn't have it touched. I believed that was the correct thing to do. Quite right, my lord, said the inspector approvingly. He produced a notebook and pencil. And who discovered the body? Did you? Good Lord, no, said Lord Caterham. You don't think I usually get up at this unearthly hour in the morning, do you? No, a housemaid found it. She screamed a good deal, I believe. I didn't hear her myself. Then they came to me about it, and of course I got up and came down, and there it was, you know. You recognise the body as that of one of your guests? That's right, Inspector. By name? This perfectly simple question seemed to upset Lord Caterham. He opened his mouth once or twice, and then shut it again. Finally he asked feebly, Do you mean what was his name? Yes, my lord. Well, said Lord Caterham, looking slowly around the room as though hoping to gain inspiration, his name was, I should say it was, yes, decidedly so, Count Stanislaus. There was something so odd about Lord Caterham's manner that the inspector ceased using his pencil and stared at him instead. But at that moment a diversion occurred which seemed highly welcome to the embarrassed peer. The door opened and a girl came into the room. She was tall, slim, and dark, with an attractive boyish face and a very determined manner. This was Lady Eileen Brent, commonly known as Bundle, Lord Caterham's eldest daughter. She nodded to the others and addressed her father directly. I've got him, she announced. For a moment the inspector was on the point of starting forward under the impression that the young lady had captured the murderer red-handed, but almost immediately he realized that her meaning was quite different. Lord Caterham uttered a sigh of relief. That's a good job. What did he say? He's coming over at once. We are to use the utmost discretion. Her father made a sound of annoyance. That's just the sort of idiotic thing George Lomax would say. However, once he comes, I shall wash my hands of the whole affair. He appeared to cheer up a little at the prospect. And the name of the murdered man was Count Stanislaus? Queried the doctor. A lightning glance passed between father and daughter, and then the former said with dignity, Certainly, I said so just now. I asked because you didn't seem quite sure about it before, explained Cartwright. There was a faint twinkle in his eye, and Lord Caterham looked at him reproachfully. I'll take you to the council chamber, he said more briskly. They followed him, the inspector bringing up the rear, and darting sharp glances all around him as he went, much as though he expected to find a clue in a picture frame or behind a door. Lord Caterham took a key from his pocket and unlocked a door, flinging it open. They all passed into a big room panelled in oak, with 3 French windows giving on the terrace. There was a long refectory table and a good many oak chests and some beautiful oak chairs. On the walls were various paintings of dead and gone Caterhams and others. Near the left-hand wall, about halfway between the door and the window, a man was lying on his back, his arms flung wide. Dr. Cartwright went over and knelt down by the body. The inspector strode across to the windows and examined them in turn. The centre one was closed but not fastened. On the steps outside were footprints leading up to the window, and a second set going away again. "Clear enough," said the inspector with a nod. "But there ought to be footprints on the inside as well. They'd show up plain on this parquet floor." "I think I can explain that," interposed Bundle. "The housemaid had polished half the floor this morning before she saw the body. You see, it was dark when she came in here. She went straight across to the windows, drew the curtains, and began on the floor, and naturally didn't see the body, which is hidden from that side of the room by the table. She didn't see it until she came right on top of it." The inspector nodded. "Well," said Lord Caterham, eager to escape, "I'll leave you here, Inspector. You'll be able to find me if you want me. But Mr. George Lomax is coming over from Withen Abbey shortly, and he'll be able to help you far more than I could. It's his business, really. I can't explain, but he will when he comes." Lord Caterham beat a precipitate retreat without waiting for a reply. "Too bad of Lomax," he complained, "letting me in for this. What's the matter, Treadwell?" The white-haired butler was hovering deferentially at his elbow. "I have taken the liberty, my lord, of advancing the breakfast hour as far as you are concerned. Everything is ready in the dining-room." "I don't suppose for a minute I can eat anything," said Lord Caterham gloomily, turning his footsteps in that direction. "Not for a moment." Bundle slipped a hand through his arm, and they entered the dining-room together. On the sideboard were half a score of heavy silver dishes, ingeniously kept hot by patent arrangements. "Omelette," said Lord Caterham, lifting each lid in turn. "Eggs and bacon, kidneys, devilled bird, haddock, cold ham, cold pheasant. I don't like any of these things, Treadwell. Ask the cook to poach me an egg, will you?" "Very good, my lord." Treadwell withdrew. Lord Caterham, in an absent-minded fashion, helped himself plentifully to kidneys and bacon, poured himself out a cup of coffee, and sat down at the long table. Bundle was already busy with a plateful of eggs and bacon. "I'm damned hungry," said Bundle with a mouthful. "It must be the excitement." "It's all very well for you," complained her father. "You young people like excitement, but I'm in a very delicate state of health. Avoid all worry, that's what Sir Abner Willis said. Avoid all worry. So easy for a man sitting in his consulting room in Harley Street to say that. But how can I avoid worry when that ass Lomax lands me with a thing like this? I ought to have been firm at the time. I ought to have put my foot down." With a sad shake of the head, Lord Caterham rose and carved himself a plate of ham. "Codders has certainly done it this time," observed Bundle cheerfully. "He was almost incoherent over the telephone. He'll be here in a minute or two, spluttering 19 to the dozen about discretion and hushing it up." Lord Caterham groaned at the prospect. "Was he up?" he asked. "He told me," replied Bundle, "that he'd been up and dictating letters and memoranda ever since 7 o'clock. "Proud of it, too," remarked her father. "Extraordinarily selfish, these public men. They make their wretched secretaries get up at the most unearthly hours in order to dictate rubbish to them. If a law was passed compelling them to stop in bed until 11, what a benefit it would be to the nation. I wouldn't mind so much if they didn't talk such balderdash. In your place, I should have been inclined to note down that address that I showed you. It may be of no importance, quite conceivably. On the other hand, it might be very important indeed." The one looked at him for a minute or two steadily. Then, with a slight smile, he drew back the cuff of his left coat sleeve. Pencilled on the white shirt cuff beneath were the words, "Hurstmere, Langley Road, Dover." "I apologize," said Anthony, "and I retire worsted." He joined Superintendent Battle. "You look very pensive, Battle," he remarked. "I've got a lot to think about, Mr. Cade." "Yes, I expect you have." "Things aren't dovetailing. They're not dovetailing at all." "Very trying," sympathized Anthony. "Never mind, Battle. If the worst comes to the worst, you can always arrest me. You've got my guilty footprints to fall back upon, remember." But the superintendent did not smile. "Got any enemies here that you know of, Mr. Cade?" he asked. "I've an idea that the third footman doesn't like me," replied Anthony lightly. "He does his best to forget to hand me the choicest vegetables." "Why?" "I've been getting anonymous letters," said Superintendent Battle, "or rather an anonymous letter, I should say." "About me?" Without answer, Battle took out a folded sheet of cheap notepaper from his pocket and handed it to Anthony. Scrawled on it in an illiterate handwriting were the words, "Look out for Mr. Cade. He isn't what he seems." Anthony handed it back with a light laugh. "That all? Cheer up, Battle. I'm really a king in disguise, you know." He went into the house, whistling lightly as he walked along. But as he entered his bedroom and shut the door behind him, his face changed. It grew set and stern. He sat down on the edge of the bed and stared moodily at the floor. "Things are getting serious," said Anthony to himself. "Something must be done about it. It's all damned awkward." He sat there for a minute or two, then strolled to the window. For a moment or two he stood looking out aimlessly, and then his eyes became suddenly focused on a certain spot, and his face lightened. "Of course," he said. "The rose garden. That's it, the rose garden." He hurried downstairs again and cut out into the garden by a side door. He approached the rose garden by a circuitous route. It had a little gate at either end. He entered by the far one and walked up to the sundial, which was on a raised hillock in the exact centre of the garden. Just as Anthony reached it, he stopped dead and stared at another occupant of the rose garden, who seemed equally surprised to see him. "I didn't know that you were interested in roses, Mr. Fish," said Anthony gently. "Sir," said Mr. Fish, "I am considerably interested in roses." They looked at each other warily, as antagonists seek to measure their opponent's strength. "So am I," said Anthony. "Is that so?" "In fact, I dote upon roses," said Anthony airily. A very slight smile hovered upon Mr. Fish's lips, and at the same time Anthony also smiled. The tension seemed to relax. "Look at this beauty now," said Mr. Fish, stooping to point out a particularly fine bloom. "Madame Abel Chardonnay, I presume it to be. Yes, I'm right. This white rose before the war was known as Frau Karl Drusky. They have, I believe, renamed it. Oversensitive, perhaps, but truly patriotic. That La France is always popular. Do you care for red roses at all, Mr. Cade? A bright scarlet rose now?" Mr. Fisher's slow, drawling voice was interrupted. Bundle was leaning out of a first-floor window. "Care for a spin to town, Mr. Fish? I'm just off." "Thank you, Lady Eileen, but I'm very happy here." "Sure you won't change your mind, Mr. Cade?" Anthony laughed and shook his head. Bundle disappeared. "Sleep is more in my line," said Anthony with a wide yawn. "A good after-luncheon nap." He took out a cigarette. "You haven't got a match, have you?" Mr. Fish handed him a matchbox. Anthony helped himself and handed back the box with a word of thanks. "Roses," said Anthony, "are all very well, but I don't feel particularly horticultural this afternoon." With a disarming smile, he nodded cheerfully. A thundering noise sounded from just outside the house. "Pretty powerful engine she's got in that car of hers," remarked Anthony. "There, off she goes." They had a view of the car speeding down the long drive. Anthony yawned again and strolled towards the house. He passed in through the door. Once inside, he seemed as though changed to quicksilver. He raced across the hall, out through one of the windows on the further side, and across the park. Bundle, he knew, had to make a big detour by the lodge gates and through the village. He ran desperately. It was a race against time. He reached the park wall just as he heard the car outside. He swung himself up and dropped into the road. "Hi!" cried Anthony. In her astonishment, Bundle swerved half across the road. She managed to pull up without accident. Anthony ran after the car, opened the door, and jumped in beside Bundle. "I'm coming to London with you," he said. "I meant to all along." "Extraordinary person," said Bundle. "What's that you've got in your hand?" "Only a match," said Anthony. He regarded it thoughtfully. It was pink, with a yellow head. He threw away his unlighted cigarette and put the match carefully into his pocket. Chapter 24. The House at Dover. "You don't mind, I suppose," said Bundle after a minute or two. "If I drive rather fast, I started later than I meant to do." It had seemed to Anthony that they were proceeding at a terrific speed already, but he soon saw that that was nothing compared to what Bundle could get out of the Panhard if she tried. "Some people," said Bundle as she slowed down momentarily to pass through a village, "are terrified of my driving. Poor old father, for instance. Nothing would induce him to come up with me in this old bus." Privately, Anthony thought Lord Caterham was entirely justified. Driving with Bundle was not a sport to be indulged in by nervous, middle-aged gentlemen. "But you don't seem nervous a bit," continued Bundle approvingly, as she swept round a corner on 2 wheels. "I'm in pretty good training, you see," explained Anthony gravely. "Also," he added, as an afterthought, "I'm rather in a hurry myself." "Shall I speed her up a bit more?" asked Bundle kindly. "Good Lord, no," said Anthony hastily. "We're averaging about 50 as it is." "I'm burning with curiosity to know the reason for this sudden departure," said Bundle, after executing a fanfare upon the klaxon, which must temporarily have deafened the neighbourhood. "But I suppose I mustn't ask. You're not escaping from justice, are you?" "I'm not quite sure," said Anthony. "I shall know soon." "That Scotland Yard man isn't as much of a rabbit as I thought," said Bundle thoughtfully. "Battle's a good man," agreed Anthony. "You ought to have been in diplomacy," remarked Bundle. "You don't part with much information, do you?" "I was under the impression that I babbled." "Oh, boy, you're not eloping with Mademoiselle Brent by any chance?" "Not guilty," said Anthony with fervour. There was a pause of some minutes, during which Bundle caught up and passed 3 other cars. Then she asked suddenly, "How long have you known Virginia?" "That's a difficult question to answer," said Anthony with perfect truth. "I haven't actually met her very often, in that I seem to have known her for a long time." Bundle nodded. "Virginia's got brains," she remarked abruptly. "She's always talking nonsense, but she's got brains all right. She was frightfully good out in Herzl-Slovakia, I believe. If Tim Revel had lived, he'd have had a fine career, and mostly owing to Virginia. She worked for him tooth and nail. She did everything in the world she could for him, and I know why, too." "Because she cared for him?" Anthony sat looking very straight ahead of him. "No, because she didn't. Don't you see? She didn't love him. She never loved him, and so she did everything on earth she could to make up. That's Virginia all over. But don't you make any mistake about it. Virginia was never in love with Tim Revel." "You seem very positive," said Anthony, turning to look at her. Bundle's little hands were clenched on the steering wheel, and her chin was stuck out in a determined manner. "I know a thing or two. I was only a kid at the time of her marriage, but I heard 1 or 2 things, and knowing Virginia, I can put them together easily enough. Tim Revel was bowled over by Virginia. He was Irish, you know, and most attractive, with a genius for expressing himself well. Virginia was quite young, 18. She couldn't go anywhere without seeing Tim in a state of picturesque misery, vowing he'd shoot himself or take to drink if she didn't marry him. Girls believe these things, or used to. We've advanced a lot in the last 8 years. Virginia was carried away by the feeling she thought she'd inspired. She married him, and she was an angel to him always. She wouldn't have been half as much of an angel if she'd loved him. There's a lot of the devil in Virginia, but I can tell you one thing, she enjoys her freedom, and anyone will have a hard time persuading her to give it up." "I wonder why you tell me all this," said Anthony slowly. "It's interesting to know about people, isn't it? Some people, that is." "I've wanted to know," he acknowledged. "And you'd never have heard from Virginia, but you can trust me for an inside tip from the stables. Virginia's a darling. Even women like her, because she isn't a bit of a cat. And anyway," Bundle ended somewhat obscurely, "one must be a sport, mustn't one?" "Oh, certainly," Anthony agreed, but he was still puzzled. He had no idea what had prompted Bundle to give him so much information unasked. That he was glad of it, he did not deny. "Here are the trams," said Bundle with a sigh. "Now I suppose I shall have to drive carefully." "It might be as well," agreed Anthony. His ideas and Bundle's on the subject of careful driving hardly coincided. Leaving indignant suburbs behind them, they finally emerged into Oxford Street. "Not bad going, eh?" said Bundle, glancing at a wristwatch. Anthony assented fervently. "Where do you want to be dropped?" Anywhere. Which way are you going?" "Knightsbridge way." "All right, drop me at Hyde Park Corner." "Goodbye," said Bundle, as she drew up at the place indicated. "What about the return journey?" "I'll find my own way back, thanks very much." "I have scared him," remarked Bundle. I shouldn't recommend driving with you as a tonic for nervous old ladies, but personally I've enjoyed it. The last time I was in equal danger was when I was charged by a herd of wild elephants." "I think you're extremely rude," remarked Bundle. "We've not even had one bump today." "I'm sorry if you've been holding yourself in on my account," retorted Anthony. "I don't think men are really very brave," said Bundle. "That's a nasty one," said Anthony. "I retire humiliated." Bundle nodded and drove on. Anthony hailed a passing taxi. "Victoria Station," he said to the driver as he got in. When he got to Victoria, he paid off the taxi and inquired for the next train to Dover. Unfortunately, he'd just missed one. Resigning himself to a wait of something over an hour, Anthony paced up and down, his brows knit. Once or twice he shook his head impatiently. The journey to Dover was uneventful. Arrived there, Anthony passed quickly out of the station, and then, as though suddenly remembering, he turned back again. There was a slight smile on his lips as he asked to be directed to Hurstmere, Langley Road. The road in question was a long one, leading right out of the town. According to the porter's instructions, Hurstmere was the last house. Anthony trudged along steadily. The little pucker had reappeared between his eyes. Nevertheless, there was a new elation in his manner, as always when danger was near at hand. Hurstmere was, as the porter had said, the last house in Langley Road. It stood well back, enclosed in its own grounds, which were ragged and overgrown. The place, Anthony judged, must have been empty for many years. A large iron gate swung rustily on its hinges, and the name on the gate-post was half obliterated. "A lonely spot," muttered Anthony to himself, "and a good one to choose." He hesitated a minute or two, glanced quickly up and down the road, which was quite deserted, and then slipped quietly past the creaking gate into the overgrown drive. He walked up it a little way and then stood listening. He was still some distance from the house. Not a sound could be heard anywhere. Some fast yellowing leaves detached themselves from one of the trees overhead and fell with a soft rustling sound that was almost sinister in the stillness. Anthony started, then smiled. "Nerves," he muttered to himself. "Never knew I had such things before." He went on up the drive. Presently, as the drive curved, he slipped into the shrubbery, and so continued his way unseen from the house. Suddenly he stood still, peering out through the leaves. Some distance away a dog was barking, but it was a sound nearer at hand that had attracted Anthony's attention. His keen hearing had not been mistaken. A man came rapidly round the corner of the house, a short, square, thick-set man, foreign in appearance. He did not pause, but walked steadily on, circling the house and disappearing again. Anthony nodded to himself. "Sentry," he murmured. "They do the thing quite well." As soon as he'd passed, Anthony went on, diverging to the left, and so following in the footsteps of the sentry. His own footsteps were quite noiseless. The wall of the house was on his right, and presently he came to where a broad blur of light fell on the gravelled walk. The sound of several men talking together was clearly audible. "My God, what double-dyed idiots!" murmured Anthony to himself. "It would serve them right to be given a fright." He stole up to the window, stooping a little so that he should not be seen. Presently he lifted his head very carefully to the level of the sill and looked in. Half a dozen men were sprawling around a table. 4 of them were big, thick-set men with high cheekbones and eyes set in Magyar slanting fashion. The other 2 were rat-like little men with quick gestures. The language that was being spoken was French, but the 4 big men spoke it with uncertainty and a hoarse, guttural intonation. "The boss," growled one of these. "When will he be here?" One of the smaller men shrugged his shoulders. "Any time now." "About time too," growled the first man. "I've never seen him, this boss of yours, but oh, what great and glorious work might we not have accomplished in these days of idle waiting." "Fool," said the other little man bitingly. "Getting nabbed by the police is all the great and glorious work you and your precious lot would have been likely to accomplish. A lot of blundering gorillas." "Aha!" roared another big, thick-set fellow. "You insult the comrades. I will soon set the sign of the red hand around your throat." He half rose, glaring ferociously at the Frenchman, but one of his companions pulled him back again. "No quarrelling," he grunted. "We're to work together. From all I heard, this King Victor doesn't stand for being disobeyed." In the darkness, Anthony heard the footsteps of the sentry coming his round again, and he drew back behind a bush. "Who's that?" said one of the men inside. "Carlo, going his rounds." "Oh, what about the prisoner?" "He's all right. Coming round pretty fast now. He's recovered well from the crack on the head we gave him." Anthony moved gently away. "God, what a lot," he muttered. "They discuss their affairs with an open window, and that fool Carlo goes his round with the tread of an elephant and the eyes of a bat. And to crown all, The Herzo-Slovakians and the French were on the point of coming to blows. King Victor's headquarters seemed to be in a parlous condition. It would amuse me very much to teach them a lesson. He stood irresolute for a minute, smiling to himself. From somewhere above his head came a stifled groan. Anthony looked up. The groan came again. Anthony glanced quickly from left to right. Carlo was not due round again just yet. He grasped the heavy Virginia creeper and climbed nimbly till he reached the sill of a window. The window was shut, but with a tool from his pocket he soon succeeded in forcing up the catch. He paused a minute to listen, then sprang lightly inside the room. There was a bed in the far corner, and on that bed a man was lying, his figure barely discernible in the gloom. Anthony went over to the bed and flashed his pocket torch on the man's face. It was a foreign face, pale and emaciated, and the head was swathed in heavy bandages. The man was bound hand and foot. He stared up at Anthony like one dazed. Anthony bent over him, and as he did so he heard a sound behind him and swung round, his hand travelling to his coat pocket. But a sharp command arrested him. "Hands up, Sonny. You didn't expect to see me here, but I happened to catch the same train as you at Victoria." It was Mr. Hiram Fish, who was standing in the doorway. He was smiling, and in his hand was a big blue automatic. Chapter 25. Tuesday night at Chimneys. Lord Caterham, Virginia, and Bundle were sitting in the library after dinner. It was Tuesday evening. Some 30 hours had elapsed since Anthony's rather dramatic departure. For at least the 7th time, Bundle repeated Anthony's parting words, as spoken at Hyde Park Corner. "I'll find my own way back," echoed Virginia thoughtfully. "That doesn't look as though he expected to be away as long as this, and he's left all his things here." "He didn't tell you where he was going?" "No," said Virginia, looking straight in front of her. "He told me nothing." After this there was a silence for a minute or two. Lord Caterham was the first to break it. "On the whole," he said, "keeping an hotel has some advantages over keeping a country house." "Meaning?" "That little notice they always hang up in your room. Visitors intending departure must give notice before 12 o'clock. Virginia smiled. "I dare say," he continued, "that I am old-fashioned and unreasonable. It's the fashion, I know, to pop in and out of a house, same idea as an hotel, perfect freedom of action and no bill at the end." "You are an old grouser," said Bundle. "You've had Virginia and me. What more do you want?" "Nothing more, nothing more," Lord Caterham assured them hastily. "That's not it at all. It's the principle of the thing. It gives one such a restless feeling. I'm quite willing to admit that it's been an almost ideal 24 hours. Peace, perfect peace. No burglaries or other crimes of violence, no detectives, no Americans. What I complain of is that I should have enjoyed it all so much more if I'd felt really secure. As it is, all the time I've been saying to myself, one or other of them is bound to turn up in a minute, and that's spoilt the whole thing." "Well, nobody has turned up," said Bundle. "We've been left severely alone, neglected, in fact. It's odd the way Fish disappeared. Didn't he say anything?" "Not a word. Last time I saw him he was pacing up and down the rose garden yesterday afternoon, smoking one of those unpleasant cigars of his. After that he seemed to have just melted into the landscape." "Somebody must have kidnapped him," said Bundle hopefully. "In another day or two, I expect we shall have Scotland Yard dragging the lake to find his dead body," said her father gloomily. "It serves me right. At my time of life I ought to have gone quietly abroad and taken care of my health, and not allowed myself to be drawn into George Lomax's wildcat schemes. He was interrupted by Treadwell. "Well," said Lord Caterham irritably, "what is it?" "The French detective is here, my lord, and would be glad if you could spare him a few minutes." "What did I tell you?" said Lord Caterham. "I knew it was too good to last. Depend upon it, they found Fisher's dead body doubled up in the goldfish pond." Treadwell, in a strictly respectful manner, steered him back to the point at issue. "Am I to say that you will see him, my lord?" Yes, bring him in here." Treadwell departed. He returned a minute or two later, announcing in a lugubrious voice, "Monsieur Lemoine." The Frenchman came in with a quick, light step. His walk, more than his face, betrayed the fact that he was excited about something. "Good evening, Lemoine," said Lord Caterham. "Have a drink, won't you?" I thank you, no. He bowed punctiliously to the ladies. At last I make progress. As things are, I felt that you should be acquainted with the discoveries, the very grave discoveries that I have made in the course of the last 24 hours. I thought there must be something important going on somewhere, said Lord Caterham. My lord, yesterday afternoon one of your guests left his house in a curious manner. From the beginning, I must tell you, I've had my suspicions. Here is a man who comes from the wilds. 2 months ago he was in South Africa. Before that, where? Virginia drew a sharp breath. For a moment the Frenchman's eyes rested on her doubtfully. Then he went on, Before that, where? None can say. And he is just such a one as the man I am looking for. Gay, audacious, reckless, one who would dare anything. I send cable after cable, but I can get no word as to his past life. 10 years ago he was in Canada, yes, but since then, silence. My suspicions grow stronger. Then I pick up one day a scrap of paper where he has lately passed along. It bears an address, the address of a house in Dover. Later, as though by chance, I drop that same piece of paper. Out of the tail of my eye, I see this Boris, the Hexoslovakian, pick it up and take it to his master. All along I have been sure that this Boris is an emissary of the comrades of the Red Hand. We know that the comrades are working in with King Victor over this affair. If Boris recognized his chief in Mr. Anthony Cade, would he not do just what he has done, transferred his allegiance? Why should he attach himself otherwise to an insignificant stranger? It was suspicious, I tell you, very suspicious. But almost I am disarmed, for Anthony Cade brings this same paper to me at once and asks me if I have dropped it. As I say, almost I am disarmed, but not quite, for it may mean that he is innocent, or it may mean that he is very, very clever. I deny, of course, that it is mine, and I dropped it, but in the meantime I have set inquiries on foot. Only today I have news. The house at Dover has been precipitately abandoned, but up till yesterday afternoon it was occupied by a body of foreigners. Not a doubt about that, it was King Victor's headquarters. Now see the significance of these points. Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Cade clears out from here precipitately. Ever since he dropped the paper, he must have known that the game is up. He reaches Dover, and immediately the gang is disbanded. What the next move will be, I do not know. What is quite certain is that Mr. Anthony Cade will not return here. But knowing King Victor as I do, I am certain that he will not abandon the game without having one more try for the jewel, and that is when I shall get him. Virginia stood up suddenly. She walked across to the mantelpiece and spoke in a voice that rang cold like steel. You are leaving one thing out of account, I think, Monsieur Lemoine, she said. Mr. Cade is not the only guest who disappeared yesterday in a suspicious manner. You mean, madame, that all you have said applies equally well to another person. What about Mr. Hiram Fish? Oh, Mr. Fish. Yes, Mr. Fish. Did you not tell us that first night that King Victor had lately come to England from America? So has Mr. Fish come to England from America. It is true that he brought a letter of introduction from a very well-known man, but surely that would be a simple thing for a man like King Victor to manage. He is certainly not what he pretends to be. Lord Caterham has commented on the fact that when it is a question of the first editions he is supposed to have come here to see, he is always the listener, never the talker, and there are several suspicious facts against him. There was a light in his window the night of the murder. Then take that evening in the council chamber. When I met him on the terrace, he was fully dressed. He could have dropped the paper. You didn't actually see Mr. Cade do so. Mr. Cade may have gone to Dover. If he did, it was simply to investigate. He may have been kidnapped there. I say that there is far more suspicion attaching to Mr. Fisher's actions than to Mr. Cade's. The Frenchman's voice rang out sharply. From your point of view, that may well be, madame. I do not dispute it, and I agree that Mr. Fish is not what he seems. Well, then. But that makes no difference. You see, madame, Mr. Fish is a Pinkerton's man. What? Cried Lord Caterham. Yes, Lord Caterham. He came over here to trail King Victor. Superintendent Battle and I have known this for some time. Virginia said nothing. Very slowly she sat down again. With those few words, the structure that she had built up so carefully was scattered in ruins about her feet. You see, Lemoine was continuing, we have all known that eventually King Victor would come to Chimneys. It was the one place we were sure of catching him. Virginia looked up with an odd light in her eyes, and suddenly she laughed. "You've not caught him yet," she said. Lemoine looked at her curiously. "No, madame, but I shall. He's supposed to be rather famous for outwitting people, isn't he?" The Frenchman's face darkened with anger. "This time it will be different," he said between his teeth. "He's a very attractive fellow," said Lord Caterham. "Very attractive. But surely, why, you said he was an old friend of yours, Virginia." "That is why," said Virginia composedly, "I think Monsieur Lemoine must be making a mistake." And her eyes met the detective steadily, but he appeared in no wise discomforted. "Time will show, madame," he said. "Do you pretend that it was he who shot Prince Michael?" she asked presently. "Certainly." But Virginia shook her head. "Oh, no," she said. "Oh, no, that is one thing I am quite sure of. Anthony Cade never killed Prince Michael." Lemoine was watching her intently. "There is a possibility that you are right, madame," he said slowly. "A possibility, that is all. It may have been the Czechoslovakian Boris who exceeded his orders and fired that shot. Who knows? Prince Michael may have done him some great wrong, and the man sought revenge." "He looks a murderous sort of fellow," agreed Lord Caterham. "The housemaids, I believe, scream when he passes them in the passages." "Well," said Lemoine, "I must be going now. I felt it was due to you, my lord, to know exactly how things stand." "Very kind of you, I'm sure," said Lord Caterham. "Quite certain you won't have a drink? All right, then. Good night." "I hate that man with his prim little beard and his eyeglasses," said Bundle as soon as the door had shut behind him. "I hope Anthony does snoo him. I'd love to see him dancing with rage. What do you think about it all, Virginia?" "I don't know," said Virginia. "I'm tired. I shall go up to bed." "Not a bad idea," said Lord Caterham. "It's 11:30. As Virginia was crossing the wide hall, she caught sight of a broad back that seemed familiar to her, discreetly vanishing through a side door. "Superintendent Battle," she called imperiously. The superintendent, for it was indeed he, retraced his steps with a shade of unwillingness. "Yes, Mrs. Revel?" "Monsieur Lemoine has been here. He says, tell me, is it true, really true, that Mr. Fish is an American detective?" Superintendent Battle nodded. "That's right." "You've known it all along?" Again Superintendent Battle nodded. Virginia turned away towards the staircase. "I see," she said. "Thank you." Until that minute she had refused to believe. And now? Sitting down before her dressing-table in her own room, she faced the question squarely. Every word that Anthony had said came back to her fraught with a new significance. Was this the trade that he had spoken of? The trade that he had given up? But then an unusual sound disturbed the even tenor of her meditations. She lifted her head with a start. Her little gold clock showed the hour to be after 1. Nearly 2 hours she had sat here thinking. Again the sound was repeated, a sharp tap on the window-pane. Virginia went to the window and opened it. Below on the pathway was a tall figure, which, even as she looked, stooped for another handful of gravel. For a moment Virginia's heart beat faster. Then she recognized the massive strength and square-cut outline of the Czechoslovakian Boris. "Yes," she said in a low voice. "What is it?" At the moment it did not strike her as strange that Boris should be throwing gravel at a window at this hour of the night. "What is it?" she repeated impatiently. "I come from the master," said Boris in a low tone, which nevertheless carried perfectly. "He has sent for you." He made the statement in a perfectly matter-of-fact tone. "Sent for me?" "Yes. I am to bring you to him. There is a note. I will throw it up to you." Virginia stood back a little, and a slip of paper, weighted with a stone, fell accurately at her feet. She unfolded it and read. "My dear," Anthony had written, "I'm in a tight place, but I mean to win through. Will you trust me and come to me?" For quite 2 minutes Virginia stood there, immovable, reading those few words over and over again. She raised her head, looking round the well-appointed luxury of the bedroom, as though she saw it with new eyes. Then she leant out of the window again. "What am I to do?" she asked. "The detectives are the other side of the house, outside the council chamber. Come down and out through the side door. I will be there. I have a car waiting outside in the road." Virginia nodded. Quickly she changed her dress for one of fawn tricot and pulled on a little fawn leather hat. Then, smiling a little, she wrote a short note, addressed it to Bundle, and pinned it to the pin-cushion. She stole quietly downstairs and undid the bolts of the side door. Just a moment she paused. Then, with a little gallant toss of the head, the same toss of the head with which her ancestors had gone into action in the Crusades,
she passed through. Chapter 26. The 13th of October. At 10 o'clock on the morning of Wednesday the 13th of October, Anthony Cade walked into Harridge's Hotel and asked for Baron Lolapretschel, who was occupying a suite there. After suitable and imposing delay, Anthony was taken to the suite in question. The Baron was standing on the hearthrug in a correct and stiff fashion. Little Captain Andrassy, equally correct as to demeanour, but with a slightly hostile attitude, was also present. The usual bows, clicking of heels, and other formal greetings of etiquette took place. Anthony was by now thoroughly conversant with the routine. "You will forgive this early call, I trust, Baron," he said cheerfully, laying down his hat and stick on the table. "As a matter of fact, I have a little business proposition to make to you." "Ah, is that so?" said the Baron. Captain Andrassy, who had never overcome his initial distrust of Anthony, looked suspicious. "Business," said Anthony, "is based on the well-known principle of supply and demand. You want something, the other man has it. The only thing left to settle is the price." The Baron looked at him attentively, but said nothing. "Between a Hertzlo-Slovakian nobleman and an English gentleman, the terms should be easily arranged," said Anthony rapidly. He blushed a little as he said it. Such words do not rise easily to an Englishman's lips, but he had observed on previous occasions the enormous effect of such phraseology upon the Baron's mentality. True enough, the charm worked. "That is so," said the Baron approvingly, nodding his head. "That is entirely so." Even Captain Andrassy appeared to unbend a little, and nodded his head also. "Very good," said Anthony. "I won't beat about the bush any more." "What is that you say?" interrupted the Baron. "To beat about the bush? I do not comprehend." "A mere figure of speech, Baron. To speak in plain English, you want the goods, we have them. The ship is all very well, but it lacks a figurehead. By the ship, I mean the loyalist party of Hertzlo-Slovakia. At the present minute, you lack the principal plank of your political programme. You are minus a prince. Now, only supposing that I could supply you with a prince." The Baron stared. "I do not comprehend you in the least," he declared. "Sir," said Captain Andrassy, twirling his moustache fiercely, "you are insulting." "Not at all," said Anthony. "I'm trying to be helpful. Supply and demand, you understand. It's all perfectly fair and square. No prince is supplied unless genuine. See trademark. If we come to terms, you'll find it's quite all right. I'm offering you the real, genuine article out of the bottom drawer." "Not in the least," the Baron declared again. "Do I comprehend you?" "It doesn't really matter," said Anthony kindly. "I just want you to get used to the idea. To put it vulgarly, I've got something up my sleeve. Just get hold of this. You want a prince. Under certain conditions, I will undertake to supply you with one." The Baron and Andrassy stared at him. Anthony took up his hat and stick again and prepared to depart. "Just think it over. Now, Baron, there is one thing further. You must come down to Chimneys this evening, Captain Andrassy also. Several very curious things are likely to happen there. Shall we make an appointment, say in the council chamber at 9 o'clock? Thank you, gentlemen. I may rely upon you to be there?" The Baron took a step forward and looked searchingly in Anthony's face. "Mr. Cade," he said, not without dignity, "it is not, I hope, that you wish to make fun of me." Anthony returned his gaze steadily. "Baron," he said, and there was a curious note in his voice, "when this evening is over, I think you'll be the first to admit that there is more earnest than jest about this business." Bowing to both men, he left the room. His next call was in the city, where he sent in his card to Mr. Herman Isaacstein. After some delay, Anthony was received by a pale and exquisitely dressed underling with an engaging manner and a military title. "You wanted to see Mr. Isaacstein, didn't you?" said the young man. "I'm afraid he's most awfully busy this morning. Board meetings and all that sort of thing, you know. Is it anything that I can do?" "I must see him personally," said Anthony, and added carelessly, "I've just come up from Chimneys." The young man was slightly staggered by the mention of Chimneys. "Oh," he said doubtfully. "Well, I'll see." "Tell him it's important," said Anthony. "Message from Lord Caterham?" suggested the young man. Something of the kind," said Anthony, "but it's imperative that I should see Mr. Isaacstein at once." 2 minutes later, Anthony was conducted into a sumptuous inner sanctum, where he was principally impressed by the immense size and roomy depths of the leather-covered armchairs. Mr. Isaacstein rose to greet him. "You must forgive my looking you up like this," said Anthony. "I know that you're a busy man, and I'm not going to waste more of your time than I can help. It's just a little matter of business that I want to put before you."
Isaacstein looked at him attentively for a minute or two out of his beady black eyes. "Have a cigar," he said unexpectedly, holding out an open box. "Thank you," said Anthony. "I don't mind if I do." He helped himself. "It's about this Herzoslovakian business," continued Anthony as he accepted a match. He noted the momentary flickering of the other's steady gaze. "The murder of Prince Michael must have rather upset the apple cart." Mr. Isaacstein raised one eyebrow, murmured "Ah?" interrogatively, and transferred his gaze to the ceiling. "Oil," said Anthony, thoughtfully surveying the polished surface of the desk. "Wonderful thing, oil." He felt the slight start the financier gave. "Do you mind coming to the point, Mr. Cade?" "Not at all. I imagine, Mr. Isaacstein, that if those oil concessions are granted to another company, you won't be exactly pleased about it." "What's the proposition?" asked the other, looking straight at him. "A suitable claimant to the throne, full of pro-British sympathies." "Where have you got him?" "That's my business." Isaacstein acknowledged the retort by a slight smile. His glance had grown hard and keen. "The genuine article? I can't stand for any funny business." "The absolute genuine article." "Straight?" "Straight." "I'll take your word for it." "You don't seem to take much convincing," said Anthony, looking curiously at him. Hermann Isaacstein smiled. "I shouldn't be where I am now if I hadn't learnt to know whether a man is speaking the truth or not," he replied simply. "What terms do you want?" "The same loan on the same conditions that you offer to Prince Michael." "What about yourself?" "For the moment, nothing, except that I want you to come down to Chimneys tonight." "No," said Isaacstein with some decision. "I can't do that." "Why?" "Dining out. Rather an important dinner." "All the same, I'm afraid you'll have to cut it out, for your own sake." "What do you mean?" Anthony looked at him for a full minute before he said slowly, "Do you know that they found the revolver, the one Michael was shot with? Do you know where they found it? In your suitcase." "What?" Isaacstein almost leapt from his chair. His face was frenzied. What are you saying? What do you mean?" "I'll tell you." Very obligingly, Anthony narrated the occurrences in connection with the finding of the revolver. As he spoke, the other's face assumed a greyish tinge of absolute terror. "But it's false!" he screamed out as Anthony finished. "I never put it there. I know nothing about it. It is a plot." "Don't excite yourself," said Anthony soothingly. "If that's the case, you'll easily be able to prove it." "Prove it? How can I prove it?" "If I were you," said Anthony gently, "I'd come to Chimneys tonight." Isaacstein looked at him doubtfully. "You advise it?" Anthony leant forward and whispered to him. The financier fell back in amazement, staring at him. "You actually mean—" "Come and see," said Anthony. Chapter 27. The 13th of October, continued. The clock in the council chamber struck 9. "Well," said Lord Caterham with a deep sigh, "here they all are, just like little Bo Peep's flock, back again and wagging their tails behind them." He looked sadly round the room. "Organ grinder complete with monkey," he murmured, fixing the Baron with his eye. "Nosy Parker of Throgmorton Street." "I think you're rather unkind to the Baron," protested Bundle, to whom these confidences were being poured out. "He told me that he considered you the perfect example of English hospitality among the haute noblesse." "I dare say," said Lord Caterham. "He is always saying things like that. It makes him most fatiguing to talk to. But I can tell you I'm not nearly as much of the hospitable English gentleman as I was. As soon as I can, I shall let Chimneys to an enterprising American and go and live in an hotel. There, if anyone worries you, you can just ask for your bill and go." "Cheer up," said Bundle. "We seem to have lost Mr. Fish for good." "I always found him rather amusing," said Lord Caterham, who was in a contradictory temper. "It's that precious young man of yours who's let me in for this. Why should I have this board meeting called in my house? Why doesn't he rent the Larchers or Elmhurst or some nice villa residence like that at Streatham and hold his company meetings there?" "Wrong atmosphere," said Bundle. "No one is going to play any tricks on us, I hope," said her father nervously. "I don't trust that French fellow Lemoine. The French police are up to all sorts of dodges. Put India rubber bands around your arm and then reconstruct the crime and make you jump, and it's registered on a thermometer. I know that when they call out, 'Who killed Prince Michael?' I shall register 122 or something, perfectly frightful, and then hauled me off to jail at once. The door opened, and Treadwell announced, "Mr. George Lomax, Mr. Eversley." "Enter Codders, followed by faithful dog," murmured Bundle. Bill made a beeline for her, whilst George greeted Lord Caterham in the genial manner he assumed for public occasions. "My dear Caterham," said George, shaking him by the hand, "I got your message and came over, of course." "Very good of you, my dear fellow. Very good of you. Delighted to see you." Lord Caterham's conscience always drove him on to an excess of geniality when he was conscious of feeling none. Not that it was my message, but that doesn't matter at all. In the meantime, Bill was attacking Bundle in an undertone. "I say, what's it all about? What's this I hear about Virginia bolting off in the middle of the night? She's not been kidnapped, has she?" "Oh, no," said Bundle. "She left a note pinned to the pin-cushion in the orthodox fashion." "She's not gone off with anyone, has she? Not with that colonial Johnny? I never liked the fellow, and from all I hear there seems to be an idea floating around that he himself is the super-crook, but I don't quite see how that can be." "Why not?" "Well, this King Victor was a French fellow, and Cade's English enough." "You don't happen to have heard that King Victor was an accomplished linguist, and moreover was half Irish?" "Oh, Lord, then that's why he's made himself scarce, is it?" "I don't know about his making himself scarce. He disappeared the day before yesterday, as you know, but this morning we got a wire from him saying he would be down here at 9 p.m. tonight, and suggesting that Codders should be asked over. All these other people have turned up as well, asked by Mr. Cade." "It is a gathering," said Bill, looking round. "One French detective by the window, one English ditto by the fireplace, strong foreign element. The Stars and Stripes don't seem to be represented." Bundle shook her head. "Mr. Fish has disappeared into the blue. Virginia's not here either. But everyone else is assembled, and I have a feeling in my bones, Bill, that we are drawing very near to the moment when somebody says, 'James the footman,' and everything is revealed. We're only waiting now for Anthony Cade to arrive." "He'll never show up," said Bill. "Then why call this company meeting, as father calls it?" "Ah, there's some deep idea behind that. Depend upon it. Wants us all here while it's somewhere else. You know the sort of thing." "You don't think he'll come, then?" "No fear. Run his head into the lion's mouth. Why, the room's bristling with detectives and high officials." "You don't know much about King Victor, if you think that would deter him. By all accounts, it's the kind of situation he loves above all, and he always manages to come out on top." Mr. Eversley shook his head doubtfully. "That would take some doing, with the dice loaded against him. He'll never—" The door opened again, and Treadwell announced, "Mr. Cade." Anthony came straight across to his host. "Lord Caterham," he said, "I'm giving you a frightful lot of trouble, and I'm awfully sorry about it, but I really do think that tonight will see the clearing up of the mystery." Lord Caterham looked mollified. He'd always had a secret liking for Anthony. "No trouble at all," he said heartily. "It's very kind of you," said Anthony. "We're all here, I see. Then I can get on with the good work." "I don't understand," said George Lomax weightily. "I don't understand in the least. This is all very irregular. Mr. Cade has no standing whatever. The position is a very difficult and delicate one. I am strongly of the opinion—" George's flood of eloquence was arrested. Moving unobtrusively to the great man's side, Superintendent Battle whispered a few words in his ear. George looked perplexed and baffled. "Very well, if you say so," he remarked grudgingly, then added in a louder tone, "I'm sure we're all waiting to listen to what Mr. Cade has to say." Anthony ignored the palpable condescension of the other's tone. "It's just a little idea of mine, that's all," he said cheerfully. "Probably all of you know that we got hold of a certain message in cipher the other day. There was a reference to Richmond and some numbers." He paused. "Well, we had a shot at solving it, and we failed. Now, in the late Count Stilptich's memoirs, which I happen to have read, there is a reference to a certain dinner, a flower dinner, which everyone attended wearing a badge representing a flower. The Count himself wore the exact duplicate of that curious device we found in the cavity in the secret passage. It represented a rose. If you remember, it was all rows of things, buttons, letteries, and finally rows of knitting. Now, gentlemen, what is there in this house that is arranged in rows? Books, isn't that so? Add to that in the catalogue of Lord Caterham's library there is a book called The Life of the Earl of Richmond, and I think you will get a very fair idea of the hiding place. Starting at the volume in question and using the numbers to denote shelves and books, I think you will find that the object of our search is concealed in a dummy book or in a cavity behind a particular book. Anthony looked around modestly, obviously waiting for applause. "Upon my word, that's very ingenious," said Lord Caterham. "Quite ingenious," admitted George condescendingly, "but it remains to be seen." Anthony laughed. "The proof of the pudding's in the eating, eh? Well, I'll soon settle that for you." He sprang to his feet. "I'll go to the library." He got no further. Monsieur Lemoine moved forward from the window. "Just one moment, Mr. Cade. You permit, Lord Caterham?" He went to the writing-table and hurriedly scribbled a few lines. He sealed them up in an envelope and then rang the bell. Treadwell appeared in answer to it. Lemoine handed him the note. "See that it is delivered at once, if you please." "Very good, sir," said Treadwell. With his usual dignified tread, he withdrew. Anthony, who had been standing irresolute, sat down again. "What's the big idea, Lemoine?" he asked gently. There was a sudden sense of strain in the atmosphere. "If the jewel is where you say it is, well, it has been there for over 7 years. A quarter of an hour more does not matter." "Go on," said Anthony. "That wasn't all you wanted to say." "No, it was not. At this juncture, it is unwise to permit any one person to leave the room, especially if that person has rather questionable antecedents." Anthony raised his eyebrows and lighted a cigarette. "I suppose a vagabond life is not very respectable," he mused. "2 months ago, Mr. Cade, you were in South Africa. That is admitted. Where were you before that?" Anthony leant back in his chair, idly blowing smoke rings. "Canada, wild northwest." "Are you sure you were not in a prison? A French prison?" Automatically, Superintendent Battle moved a step nearer the door, as if to cut off a retreat that way, but Anthony showed no signs of doing anything dramatic. Instead, he stared at the French detective and then burst out laughing. "My poor Lemoine, it is a monomania with you. You do indeed see King Victor everywhere. So you fancy that I am that interesting gentleman. Do you deny it?" Anthony brushed a fleck of ash from his coat sleeve. "I never deny anything that amuses me," he said lightly, "but the accusation is really too ridiculous." "Ah, you think so?" The Frenchman leant forward. His face was twitching painfully, and yet he seemed perplexed and baffled, as though something in Anthony's manner puzzled him. "What if I tell you, monsieur, that this time, I am out to get King Victor, and nothing shall stop me?" "Very laudable," was Anthony's comment. "You've been out to get him before, though, haven't you, Lemoine? And he's got the better of you. Aren't you afraid that may happen again? He's a slippery fellow, by all accounts." The conversation had developed into a duel between the detective and Anthony. Everyone else in the room was conscious of the tension. It was a fight to a finish between the Frenchman, painfully in earnest, and the man who smoked so calmly and whose words seemed to show that he had not a care in the world. "If I were you, Lemoine," continued Anthony, "I should be very, very careful. Watch your step and all that sort of thing." "This time," said Lemoine grimly, "there will be no mistake." "You seem very sure about it all," said Anthony, "but there's such a thing as evidence, you know." Lemoine smiled, and something in his smile seemed to attract Anthony's attention. He sat up and stubbed out his cigarette. "You saw that note I wrote just now?" said the French detective. "It was to my people at the inn. Yesterday I received from France the fingerprints and the Bertillon measurements of King Victor, the so-called Captain O'Neill. I've asked for them to be sent up to me here. In a few minutes we shall know whether you are the man." Anthony stared steadily at him. Then a little smile crept over his face. "You're really rather clever, Lemoine. I never thought of that. The documents will arrive, you will induce me to dip my fingers in the ink, or something equally unpleasant, and you will measure my ears and look for my distinguishing marks. And if they agree—" "Well," said Lemoine, "if they agree, eh?" Anthony leant forward in his chair. "Well, if they do agree," he said very gently, "what then?" "What then?" The detective seemed taken aback. "But I shall have proved then that you are King Victor." But for the first time a shade of uncertainty crept into his manner. "That will doubtless be a great satisfaction to you," said Anthony, "but I don't quite see where it's going to hurt me. I'm not admitting anything, but supposing, just for the sake of argument, that I was King Victor, I might be trying to repent, you know." "Repent?" "That's the idea. Put yourself in King Victor's place, Lemoine. Use your imagination. You've just come out of prison. You're getting on in life. You've lost the first fine rapture of the adventurous life. Say even that you meet a beautiful girl. You think of marrying and settling down somewhere in the country where you can grow vegetable marrows. You decide from henceforth to lead a blameless life. Put yourself in King Victor's place. Can't you imagine feeling like that?" "I do not think that I should feel like that," said Lemoine with a sardonic smile. "Perhaps you wouldn't," admitted Antony. "But then you're not King Victor, are you? You can't possibly know what he feels like." "But it is nonsense what you are saying there," spluttered the Frenchman. "Oh, no, it isn't. Come now, Lemoine. If I'm King Victor, what have you against me after all? You could never get the necessary evidence in the old days, remember? I've served my sentence, and that's all there is to it. I suppose you could arrest me for the French equivalent of loitering with intent to commit a felony, but that would be poor satisfaction, wouldn't it?" "You forget," said Lemoine. "America. How about this business of obtaining money under false pretenses and passing yourself off as Prince Nicholas Obolovitch?" "No good, Lemoine," said Antony. "I was nowhere near America at the time, and I can prove that easily enough. If King Victor impersonated Prince Nicholas in America, then I'm not King Victor. You're sure he was impersonated? That it wasn't the man himself?" Superintendent Battle suddenly interposed. "The man was an impostor, all right, Mr. Cade." "I wouldn't contradict you, Battle," said Antony. "You have such a habit of being always right. Are you equally sure that Prince Nicholas died in the Congo?" Battle looked at him curiously. "I wouldn't swear to that, sir, but it's generally believed." "Careful, man. What's your motto? Plenty of rope, eh? I've taken a leaf out of your book. I've given Monsieur Lemoine plenty of rope. I've not denied his accusations, but all the same I'm afraid he's going to be disappointed. You see, I always believe in having something up one's sleeve. Anticipating that some little unpleasantness might arise here, I took the precaution to bring a trump card along with me. It, or rather he, is upstairs." "Upstairs?" said Lord Caterham, very interested. "Yes, he's been having rather a trying time of it lately, poor fellow. Got a nasty bump on the head from someone. I've been looking after him." Suddenly the deep voice of Mr. Isaacstein broke in. "Can we guess who he is?" "If you like," said Antony, but Lemoine interrupted with sudden ferocity. "All this is foolery. You think to outwit me yet again. It may be true what you say, that you were not in America. You are too clever to say if it were not true. But there is something else. Murder. Yes, murder. The murder of Prince Michael. He interfered with you that night as you were looking for the jewel." "Lemoine, have you ever known King Victor do murder?" Antony's voice rang out sharply. "You know as well, better than I do, that he has never shed blood." "Who else but you could have murdered him?" cried Lemoine. "Tell me that." The last word died on his lips as a shrill whistle sounded from the terrace outside. Antony sprang up, all his assumed nonchalance laid aside. "You ask me who murdered Prince Michael," he cried. "I won't tell you, I'll show you. That whistle was the signal I've been waiting for. The murderer of Prince Michael is in the library now." He sprang out through the window, and the others followed him as he led the way round the terrace until they came to the library window. He pushed the window, and it yielded to his touch. Very softly he held aside the thick curtain so that they could look into the room. Standing by the bookcase was a dark figure, hurriedly pulling out and replacing volumes, so absorbed in the task that no outside sound was heeded. And then, as they stood watching, trying to recognize the figure that was vaguely silhouetted against the light of the electric torch it carried, someone sprang past them with a sound like the roar of a wild beast. The torch fell to the ground, was extinguished, and the sounds of a terrific struggle filled the room. Lord Caterham groped his way to the lights and switched them on. Two figures were swaying together, and as they looked the end came. The short, sharp crack of a pistol shot, and the small figure crumbled up and fell. The other figure turned and faced them. It was Boris, his eyes alight with rage. "She killed my master," he growled. "Now she tries to shoot me. I would have taken the pistol from her and shot her, but it went off in the struggle. St. Michael directed it. The evil woman is dead." "A woman?" cried George Lomax. They drew nearer. On the floor, the pistol still clasped in her hand, and an expression of deadly malignity on her face, lay Mademoiselle Brun. Chapter 28. King Victor. "I suspected her from the first," explained Antony. "There was a light in her room on the night of the murder. Afterwards I wavered. I made inquiries about her in Brittany, and came back satisfied that she was what she represented herself to be. I was a fool, because the Comtesse de Breteuil had employed a Mademoiselle Brun and spoke highly of her. It never occurred to me that the real Mademoiselle Brun might have been kidnapped on her way to a new post, and that it might be a substitute taking her place. Instead, I shifted my suspicions to Mr. Fish. It was not until he had followed me to Dover, and we'd had a mutual explanation, that I began to see clearly. Once I knew that he was a Pinkerton's man, trailing King Victor, my suspicions swung back again to their original object. The thing that worried me most was that Mrs. Revel had definitely recognized the woman. Then I remembered that it was only after I'd mentioned her being Madame de Breteuil's governess, and all she had said was that accounted for the fact that the woman's face was familiar to her. Superintendent Battle will tell you that a deliberate plot was formed to keep Mrs. Revel from coming to Chimneys. Nothing more nor less than a dead body, in fact. And though the murder was the work of the comrades of the Red Hand, punishing supposed treachery on the part of the victim, the staging of it and the absence of the comrades' sign manual pointed to some abler intelligence directing operations. From the first I suspected some connection with Czechoslovakia. Mrs. Revel was the only member of the house party who'd been to the country. I suspected at first that someone was impersonating Prince Michael, but that proved to be a totally erroneous idea. When I realized the possibility of Mademoiselle Brun's being an impostor, and added to that the fact that her face was familiar to Mrs. Revel, I began to see daylight. It was evidently very important that she should not be recognized, and Mrs. Revel was the only person likely to do so. "But who was she?" said Lord Caterham. "Someone Mrs. Revel had known in Czechoslovakia?" "I think the Baron might be able to tell us," said Anthony. "Aye?" The Baron stared at him, then down at the motionless figure. "Look well," said Anthony. "Don't be put off by the make-up. She was an actress once, remember." The Baron stared again. Suddenly he started. "God in heaven," he breathed. "It is not possible." "What's not possible?" asked George. "Who's the lady? You recognize her, Baron?" No, it is not possible," the Baron continued to mutter. She was killed. They were both killed, on the steps of the palace. Her body was recovered." "Mutilated and unrecognizable," Anthony reminded him. "She managed to put up a bluff. I think she escaped to America and has spent a good many years lying low in deadly terror of the comrades of the Red Hand. They promoted the revolution, remember, and to use an expressive phrase, they always had it in for her. Then King Victor was released, and they planned to recover the diamond together. She was searching for it that night when she came suddenly upon Prince Michael, and he recognized her. There was never much fear of her meeting him in the ordinary way of things. Royal guests don't come in contact with governesses, and she could always retire with a convenient migraine, as she did the day the Baron was here. However, she met Prince Michael face to face when she least expected it. Exposure and disgrace stared her in the face. She shot him. It was she who placed the revolver in Isaacstein's suitcase so as to confuse the trail, and she who returned the letters. Lemoine moved forward. "She was coming down to search for the jewel that night, you say," he said. "Might she not have been going to meet her accomplice, King Victor, who was coming from outside? Eh? What do you say to that?" Anthony sighed. "Still at it, my dear Lemoine. How persistent you are. You won't take my hint that I've got a trump card up my sleeve." But George, whose mind worked slowly, now broke in. "I am still completely at sea. Who was this lady, Baron? You recognize her, it seems?" The Baron drew himself up and stood very straight and stiff. "You are in error, Mr. Lomax. To my knowledge, I have not this lady seen before. A complete stranger she is to me. But—" George stared at him, bewildered. The Baron took him into a corner of the room and murmured something into his ear. Anthony watched with a good deal of enjoyment, George's face turning slowly purple, his eyes bulging, and all the incipient symptoms of apoplexy. A murmur of George's throaty voice came to him. Certainly. By all means. No need at all. A complicated situation. Utmost discretion." "Ah!" Lemoine hit the table sharply with his hand. "I do not care about all this. The murder of Prince Michael, that was not my affair. I want King Victor." Anthony shook his head gently. "I am sorry for you, Lemoine. You're really a very able fellow, but all the same you're going to lose the trick. I'm about to play my trump card." He stepped across the room and rang the bell. Treadwell answered it. "A gentleman arrived with me this evening, Treadwell." "Yes, a foreign gentleman." "Quite so. Will you kindly ask him to join us here as soon as possible?" "Yes, sir." Treadwell withdrew. "Entry of the trump card, the mysterious Monsieur X," remarked Anthony. "Who is he? Can anyone guess?" "Putting two and two together," said Hermann Isaacstein, "what with your mysterious hints this morning and your attitude this afternoon, I should say there was no doubt about it. Somehow or other, You've managed to get hold of Prince Nicholas of Czechoslovakia. You think the same, Baron? I do, unless yet another impostor you have put forward. But that I will not believe. With me your dealings most honourable have been. Thank you, Baron. I shan't forget those words. So, you are all agreed. His eyes swept round the circle of waiting faces. Only Lemoine did not respond, but kept his eyes fixed sullenly on the table. Antony's quick ears had caught the sound of footsteps outside in the hall. And yet, you know, he said with a queer smile, you're all wrong. He crossed swiftly to the door and flung it open. A man stood on the threshold, a man with a neat black beard, eyeglasses, and a foppish appearance, slightly marred by a bandage round the head. Allow me to present to you the real Monsieur Lemoine of the Sûreté. There was a rush and a scuffle, and then the nasal tones of Mr. Hiram Fish rose bland and reassuring from the window. No, you don't, sonny, not this way. I've been stationed here this whole evening for the particular purpose of preventing your escape. You will observe that I have you covered well and good with this gun of mine. I came over to get you, and I've got you. But you sure are some lad. Chapter 29. Further Explanations. You owe us an explanation, I think, Mr. Cade, said Herman Isaacstein somewhat later in the evening. There's nothing much to explain, said Antony modestly. I went to Dover, and Fish followed me under the impression that I was King Victor. We found a mysterious stranger imprisoned there, and as soon as we heard his story, we knew where we were. The same idea again, you see. The real man kidnapped, and the false one, in this case King Victor himself, takes his place. But it seems that Battle here always thought there was something fishy about his French colleague, and wired to Paris for his fingerprints and other means of identification. Ah, cried the Baron, the fingerprints, the Bertillon measurements that scoundrel talked about. It was a clever idea, said Antony. I admired it so much that I felt forced to play it up. Besides, my doing so puzzled the false Lemoine enormously. You see, as soon as I'd given the tip about the rose and where the jewel really was, he was keen to pass on the news to his accomplice, and at the same time to keep us all in that room. The note was really to Mademoiselle Brent. He told Treadwell to deliver it at once, and Treadwell did so by taking it upstairs to the schoolroom. Lemoine accused me of being King Victor, by that means creating a diversion and preventing anyone from leaving the room. By the time all that had been cleared up and we adjourned to the library to look for the stone, he flattered himself that the stone would be no longer there to find. George cleared his throat. I must say, Mr. Cade, he said pompously, that I consider your action in that matter highly reprehensible. If the slightest hitch had occurred in your plans, one of our national possessions might have disappeared beyond the hope of recovery. It was foolhardy, Mr. Cade, reprehensibly foolhardy. I guess you haven't tumbled to the little idea, Mr. Lomax, said the drawling voice of Mr. Fish. That historic diamond was never behind the books in the library. Never? Not on your life. You see, explained Antony, that little device of Count Stilptich's stood for what it had originally stood for, a rose. When that dawned upon me on Monday afternoon, I went straight to the rose garden. Mr. Fish had already tumbled to the same idea. If, standing with your back to the sundial, you take 7 paces straight forward, then 8 to the left and 3 to the right, you come to some bushes of a bright red rose called Richmond. The house has been ransacked to find the hiding place, but nobody has thought of digging in the garden. I suggest a little digging party tomorrow morning. Then the story about the books in the library. An invention of mine to trap the lady. Mr. Fish kept watch on the terrace and whistled when the psychological moment had arrived. I may say that Mr. Fish and I established martial law at the Dover house and prevented the comrades from communicating with the false Lemoine. He sent them an order to clear out, and word was conveyed to him that this had been done. So he went happily ahead with his plans for denouncing me. Well, well, said Lord Caterham cheerfully, everything seems to have been cleared up most satisfactorily. Everything but one thing, said Mr. Isaacstein. What is that? The great financier looked steadily at Antony. What did you get me down here for? Just to assist at a dramatic scene as an interested onlooker? Antony shook his head. No, Mr. Isaacstein, you are a busy man whose time is money. Why did you come down here originally? To negotiate a loan. With whom? Prince Michael of Czechoslovakia. Exactly. Prince Michael is dead. Are you prepared to offer the same loan on the same terms to his cousin Nicholas? Can you produce him? I thought he was killed in the Congo. He was killed all right. I killed him. Oh, no, I'm not a murderer. When I say I killed him, I mean that I spread the report of his death. I promise you a prince, Mr. Isaacstein. Will I do? You? Yes, I'm the man. Nicholas Sergius Alexander Ferdinand Obolovich. Rather long for the kind of life I propose to live, so I emerged from the Congo as plain Anthony Cade. Little Captain Andrassy sprang up. But this is incredible. Incredible, he spluttered. Have a care, sir, what you say. I can give you plenty of proof, said Anthony quietly. I think I shall be able to convince the Baron here. The Baron lifted his hand. Your proofs I will examine, yes, but of them for me there is no need. Your word alone sufficient for me is. Besides, your English mother you much resemble. All along, I have said, this young man on one side or the other most highly born is. You've always trusted my word, Baron, said Anthony. I can assure you that in the days to come I shall not forget. Then he looked over at Superintendent Battle, whose face had remained perfectly expressionless. You can understand, said Anthony with a smile, that my position has been extremely precarious. Of all of those in the house, I might be supposed to have the best reason for wishing Michael Obolovich out of the way, since I was the next heir to the throne. I've been extraordinarily afraid of Battle all along. I always felt that he suspected me, but that he was held up by lack of motive. I never believed for a minute that you'd shot him, sir, said Superintendent Battle. We've got a feeling in such matters. But I knew that you were afraid of something, and you puzzled me. If I'd known sooner who you really were, I dare say I'd have yielded to the evidence and arrested you. I'm glad I managed to keep one guilty secret from you. You wormed everything else out of me, all right. You're a damn good man at your job, Battle. I shall always think of Scotland Yard with respect. Most amazing, muttered George. Most amazing story I've ever heard. I can really hardly believe it. You're quite sure, Baron, that— My dear Mr. Lomax, said Anthony with a slight hardness in his tone, I've no intention of asking the British Foreign Office to support my claim without bringing forward the most convincing documentary evidence. I suggest that we adjourn now, and that you, the Baron, Mr. Isaacstein, and myself discuss the terms of the proposed loan. The Baron rose to his feet and clicked his heels together. It will be the proudest moment of my life, sir, he said solemnly, when I see you King of Czechoslovakia. Oh, by the way, Baron, said Anthony carelessly, slipping his hand through the other's arm, I forgot to tell you, there's a string tied to this. I'm married, you know. The Baron retreated a step or two. Dismay overspread his countenance. Something wrong I knew there would be, he boomed. Merciful God in heaven, he has married a black woman in Africa. Come, it's not so bad as all that, said Anthony, laughing. She's white enough, white all through, bless her. Good, a respectable morganatic affair it can be, then. Not a bit of it. She's to play queen to my king. It's no use shaking your head. She's fully qualified for the post. She's the daughter of an English peer, who dates back to the time of the Conqueror. It's very fashionable just now for royalties to marry into the aristocracy, and she knows something of Czechoslovakia. My God! Cried George Lomax, startled out of his usual careful speech. Not Virginia Revel. Yes, said Anthony, Virginia Revel. My dear fellow, cried Lord Caterham, I mean, sir, I congratulate you. I do indeed. A delightful creature. Thank you, Lord Caterham, said Anthony. She is all you say, and more. But Mr. Isaacstein was regarding him curiously. You'll excuse my asking, Your Highness, but when did this marriage take place? Anthony smiled back at him. As a matter of fact, he said, I married her this morning. Chapter 30. Anthony signs on for a new job. If you will go on, gentlemen, I will follow you in a minute, said Anthony. He waited while the others filed out, and then turned to where Superintendent Battle was standing, apparently absorbed in examining the panelling. Well, Battle, want to ask me something, don't you? Well, I do, sir, though I don't know how you knew I did. But I always marked you out as being specially quick in the uptake. I take it that the lady who is dead was the late Queen Viraga. Quite right, Battle. It'll be hushed up, I hope. You can understand what I feel about family skeletons. Trust Mr. Lomax for that, sir. No one will ever know. That is, a lot of people will know, but it won't get about. Was that what you wanted to ask me about? No, sir, that was only in passing. I was curious to know just what made you drop your own name, if I'm not taking too much of a liberty. Not a bit of it, I'll tell you. I killed myself for the purest motives, Battle. My mother was English, I'd been educated in England, and I was far more interested in England than in Slovakia. And I felt an absolute fool knocking about the world with a comic opera title tacked onto me. You see, when I was very young, I had democratic ideas, believed in the purity of ideals and the equality of all men. I especially disbelieved in kings and princes. And since then, said Battle shrewdly, oh, since then I've travelled and seen the world. There's damn little equality going about. Mind you, I still believe in democracy, but you've got to force it on people with a strong hand, ram it down their throats. Men don't want to be brothers. They may someday, but they don't now. My belief in the brotherhood of man died the day I arrived in London last week, when I observed people standing in a tube train, resolutely refusing to move up and make room for those who entered. You won't turn people into angels by appealing to their better natures just yet a while, but by judicious force you can coerce them into behaving more or less decently to one another to go on with. I still believe in the brotherhood of man, but it's not coming yet a while. Say another 10,000 years or so. It's no good being impatient. Evolution is a slow process. I'm very interested in these views of yours, sir, said Battle with a twinkle, and if you'll allow me to say so, I'm sure you'll make a very fine king out there. Thank you, Battle, said Anthony with a sigh. You don't seem very happy about it, sir. Oh, I don't know. I dare say it'll be rather fun, but it's tying oneself down to regular work. I've always avoided that before. But you consider it your duty, I suppose, sir. Oh, good Lord, no. What an idea. It's a woman. It's always a woman, Battle. I'd do more than be a king for her sake. Quite so, sir. I've arranged it so that the Baron and Isaacstein can't kick. The one wants a king and the other wants oil. They'll both get what they want, and I've got, oh, Lord Battle, have you ever been in love? I am much attached to Mrs. Battle, sir. Much attached to Mrs. Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about. It's entirely different. Excuse me, sir, that man of yours is waiting outside the window. Boris? So he is. He's a wonderful fellow. It's a mercy that pistol went off in the struggle and killed the lady. Otherwise Boris would have wrung her neck as sure as fate, and then you'd have wanted to hang him. His attachment to the Obolovich dynasty is remarkable. The queer thing was that as soon as Micah was dead, he attached himself to me, and yet he couldn't possibly have known who I really was. Instinct, said Battle, like a dog. Very awkward instinct, I thought it at the time. I was afraid it might give the show away to you. I suppose I'd better see what he wants. He went out through the window. Superintendent Battle, left alone, looked after him for a minute, then apparently addressed the panelling. He'll do, said Superintendent Battle. Outside, Boris explained himself. Master, he said, and led the way along the terrace. Anthony followed him, wondering what was forward. Presently, Boris stopped and pointed with his forefinger. It was moonlight, and in front of them was a stone seat on which sat two figures. He is a dog, said Anthony to himself, and what's more, a pointer. He strode forward. Boris melted into the shadows. The two figures rose to meet him. One of them was Virginia, the other— Hello, Joe, said a well-remembered voice. This is a great girl of yours. Jimmy McGrath, by all that's wonderful, cried Anthony. How in the name of fortune did you get here? That trip of mine into the interior went fut. Then some dagoes came monkeying around, wanted to buy that manuscript off me. Next thing, I as near as nothing got a knife in the back one night. That made me think that I'd handed you out a bigger job than I knew. I thought you might need help, and I came along after you by the very next boat. Wasn't it splendid of him? Said Virginia. She squeezed Jimmy's arm. Why didn't you ever tell me how frightfully nice he was? You are, Jimmy. You're a perfect dear. You seem to be getting along all right, said Anthony. Sure thing, said Jimmy. I was snooping round for news of you when I connected with this dame. She wasn't at all what I thought she'd be. Some swell, haughty society lady that'd scare the life out of me. He told me all about the letters, said Virginia, and I feel almost ashamed not to have been in real trouble over them when he was such a knight-errant. If I'd have known what you were like, said Jimmy gallantly, I'd not have given him the letters. I'd have brought them to you myself. Say, young man, is the fun really over? Is there nothing for me to do? By Jove, said Anthony, there is. Wait a minute. He disappeared into the house. In a minute or two he returned with a paper package which he cast into Jimmy's arms. Go round to the garage and help yourself to a likely-looking car. Beat it to London and deliver that parcel at 17 Everdene Square. That's Mr. Balderson's private address. In exchange, he'll hand you £1,000. What? It's not the memoirs? I understood that they'd been burnt. "What do you take me for?" demanded Anthony. "You don't think I'd fall for a story like that, do you? I rang up the publishers at once, found out that the other was a fake call, and arranged accordingly. I made up a dummy package, as I'd been directed to do, but I put the real package in the manager's safe and handed over the dummy. The memoirs have never been out of my possession." "Bully for you, my son," said Jimmy. "Oh, Anthony," cried Virginia, "you're not going to let them be published?" "I can't help myself. I can't let a pal like Jimmy down, but you needn't worry. I've had time to wade through them, and I see now why people always hint that bigwigs don't write their own reminiscences, but hire someone to do it for them. As a writer, Stilptich is an insufferable bore. He proses on about statecraft and doesn't go in for any racy and indiscreet anecdotes. His ruling passion of secrecy held strong to the end. There's not a word in the memoirs from beginning to end to flutter the susceptibilities of the most difficult politician. I rang up Balderson today and arranged with him that I deliver the manuscript tonight before midnight. But Jimmy can do his own dirty work now that he's here." "I'm off," said Jimmy. "I like the idea of that £1,000, especially when I made up my mind it was down and out." "Half a second," said Anthony. "I've got a confession to make to you, Virginia. Something that everyone else knows, but that I haven't yet told you." "I don't mind how many strange women you've loved, so long as you don't tell me about them." "Women?" said Anthony with a virtuous air. "Women indeed. You asked James here what kind of women I was going about with the last time he saw me." "Frumps," said Jimmy solemnly. "Utter frumps. Not one a day under 45. "Thank you, Jimmy," said Anthony. "You're a true friend. No, it's much worse than that. I've deceived you as to my real name." "Is it very dreadful?" said Virginia with interest. "It isn't something silly like Pobbles, is it? Fancy being called Mrs. Pobbles. You're always thinking the worst of me." "I admit that I did once think you were King Victor, but only for about a minute and a half. By the way, Jimmy, I've got a job for you. Gold prospecting in the rocky fastnesses of Slovakia." "Is there gold there?" asked Jimmy eagerly. "Sure to be," said Anthony. "It's a wonderful country. So you're taking my advice and going there." "Yes," said Anthony. "Your advice was worth more than you knew. Now for the confession. I wasn't changed at nurse or anything romantic like that, but nevertheless I am really Prince Nicholas Obolovich of Slovakia." "Oh, Anthony," cried Virginia, "how perfectly screaming! And I've married you. What are we going to do about it?" "We'll go to Slovakia and pretend to be kings and queens. Jimmy McGrath once said that the average life of a king or queen out there is under 4 years. I hope you don't mind." "Mind?" cried Virginia. "I shall love it." "Isn't she great?" murmured Jimmy. Then, discreetly, he faded into the night. A few minutes later, the sound of a car was heard. "Nothing like letting a man do his own dirty work," said Anthony with satisfaction. "Besides, I didn't know how else to get rid of him. Since we were married, I've not had 1 minute alone with you." "We'll have a lot of fun," said Virginia, "teaching the brigands not to be brigands and the assassins not to assassinate, and generally improving the moral tone of the country." "I like to hear these pure ideals," said Anthony. "It makes me feel my sacrifice has not been in vain." "Rot," said Virginia calmly. "You'll enjoy being a king. It's in your blood, you know. You were brought up to the trade of royalty, and you've got a natural aptitude for it, just like plumbers have a natural bent for plumbing." "I never think they have," said Anthony. "But damn it all, don't let's waste time talking about plumbers. Do you know that at this very minute I'm supposed to be deep in conference with Isaacstein and old Lollipop? They want to talk about oil. Oil, my God! They can just await my kingly pleasure. Virginia, do you remember my telling you once that I'd have a damn good try to make you care for me?" "I remember," said Virginia softly, but Superintendent Battle was looking out of the window. "Well, he isn't now," said Anthony. It caught her suddenly to him, kissing her eyelids, her lips, the green gold of her hair. "I do love you so, Virginia," he whispered. "I do love you so. Do you love me?" He looked down at her, sure of the answer. Her head rested against his shoulder, and very low, in a sweet, shaken voice, she answered, "Not a bit." "You little devil," cried Anthony, kissing her again. "Now I know for certain that I shall love you until I die." Chapter 31. Sundry Details. Scene: Chimneys, 11 a.m. Thursday morning. Johnson, the police constable, with his coat off, digging. Something in the nature of a funeral feeling seems to be in the air. The friends and relations stand around the grave that Johnson is digging. George Lomax has the air of the principal beneficiary under the will of the deceased. Superintendent Battle, with his immovable face, seems pleased that the funeral arrangements have gone so nicely. As the undertaker, it reflects credit upon him. Lord Caterham has that solemn and shocked look which Englishmen assume when a religious ceremony is in progress. Mr. Fish does not fit into the picture so well. He is not sufficiently grave. Johnson bends to his task. Suddenly he straightens up. A little stir of excitement passes around. "That'll do, Sonny," said Mr. Fish. "We shall do nicely now." One perceives at once that he is really the family physician. Johnson retires. Mr. Fish, with due solemnity, stoops over the excavation. The surgeon is about to operate. He brings out a small canvas package. With much ceremony he hands it to Superintendent Battle. The latter, in his turn, hands it to George Lomax. The etiquette of the situation has now been carefully complied with. George Lomax unwraps the package, slits up the oilskin inside it, burrows into further wrapping. For a moment he holds something on the palm of his hand, then quickly shrouds it once more in cotton wool. He clears his throat. "At this auspicious moment," he begins with the clear delivery of the practised speaker. Lord Caterham beats a precipitate retreat. On the terrace he finds his daughter. "Bundle, is that car of yours in order?" "Yes, why?" "Then take me up to town in it immediately. I am going abroad at once. Today." "But, father—" "Don't argue with me, Bundle. George Lomax told me when he arrived this morning that he was anxious to have a few words with me privately on a matter of the utmost delicacy. He added that the King of Timbuktu was arriving in London shortly. I won't go through it again, Bundle, do you hear? Not for 50 George Lomaxes. If Chimneys is so valuable to the nation, let the nation buy it. Otherwise I shall sell it to a syndicate, and they can turn it into an hotel." "Where is Codders now?" Bundle is rising to the situation. "At the present minute," replied Lord Caterham, looking at his watch, "he is good for at least 15 minutes about the Empire." Another picture. Mr. Bill Eversley, not invited to be present at the graveside ceremony at the telephone. "No, really? I mean it. I say, don't be huffy. Well, you will have supper tonight, anyway." "No, I haven't. I've been kept to it with my nose at the grindstone. You've no idea what Codders is like. I say, Dolly, you know jolly well what I think about you. You know I've never cared for anyone but you. Yes, I'll come to the show first. How does the old wheeze go? And the little girl tries hooks and eyes." Unearthly sounds, Mr. Eversley trying to hum the refrain in question. And now George's peroration draws to a close. "The lasting peace and prosperity of the British Empire." "I guess," said Mr. Hiram Fish, sotto voce, to himself and the world at large, "that this has been a great little old week."